morning, Ms. September. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Let's proceed.
Chair, with your leave, would we need to just remind the witness that she remains under oath as of yesterday?
We have not been reminding them because it's the same oath, especially when
pleases.
they are just continuing the following day. So
As
it's
it
the same
pleases, Chair.
oath. Yeah. After all, she knows that she is still under that oath.
That's correct, Chair.
Ms. Luke, yesterday your evidence concluded on page 8 of the bundle. And to that extent, you were referring to 2 letters that have been shown to you by the Commission's investigators. In order to appreciate the gravity and also the consequences of these 2 letters, we need to just highlight certain aspects of the evidence that you gave yesterday. And so please correct me if I'm wrong when I put the following to you. It was an operational requirement of SA Express that with its route from Cape Town to Pilanesberg, its aircraft required to be refueled in Pilanesberg in order to complete a return journey from Cape Town to Pilanesberg. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Do you also confirm that it was this that then triggered a request of instruction from Mr. Allenby to you to find a solution for this problem? And in doing so, you were not in a position to use the fuel from the existing licensed fuel service provider at Pilanesberg, which was RSI fuel, because the fuel was found to be contaminated. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And so in order to leverage from the economies of scale, you were informed at the time that SA Express Technical was in the process already of engaging a company called, or trading as EML Fuel, regarding its maintenance requirement, which was specific to defueling and refueling 2 particular aircraft. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And off the back of the economies of scale benefit, you approached EML for a quotation to transport fuel from Johannesburg to Pilanesberg, and the specific requirement of SA Express, as you communicated to Eric Motlika of EML, was that you required 8,500 litres per week to be transported from Johannesburg to Pilanesberg, which translated to an approximate amount of 442,000 litres per annum. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And that was really the end of your involvement in that particular process when you then handed over to Dr. Vilakazi, who was the Chief Procurement Officer.
Yes, that is correct. According to the emails, my GM, Dave Allenby, advised Dr. Vilakazi of the unearthed EML. Yes.
And was it then Dr. Vilakazi who became the custodian of dealing with this requirement, as far as you are aware?
That is correct, Chair.
Based then on the 2 documents that were provided to you, not these letters, but more particularly the WhatsApp resolution documents, and also the memorandum of deviation. The WhatsApp resolution, which was taken on the 1st of July 2017, and the memorandum of deviation, which was submitted on the 5th of July 2017, according to the date of which accords to the date of the award letter you ended off with yesterday, and which was signed by Mr. Victor Kaba, at least on the 1st of August, was confined to a very particular scope of service to be sourced. That scope of service was twofold. 1, it was the supply of jet fuel to the Pilanesberg airport, and 2, it was to service the maintenance requirement of SA Express Technical, specific to the defueling and refueling of its 2 aircraft. Do I understand your evidence correctly on this aspect?
That is correct, Chair.
So the scope was therefore no different at the time that the WhatsApp resolution was taken and at the time that at the very least the memorandum of deviation was considered on the 5th of July. Now, if we look at quickly the award letter, which you spoke about yesterday, I can ask you to first turn to page 91. You there? So page 91 appears to be an enclosing email to the actual letter which you addressed yesterday, being the award letter on page 93. Just for the record, this email is sent from Sibongile Vilakazi on the 5th of July 2017 at 12:32 to eric@emlenergy.com, and copied on this email is Samuel Vilakazi. The subject matter is award letter, fuel supply. And it simply reads, "Good day, Eric. Kindly receive attached letter for your signature. Details are enclosed. Regards, Sibongile S. Vilakazi, Contracts Management." Who does Sibongile Vilakazi report to?
Sibongile Vilakazi forms part of the procurement section that reviews and negotiate the agreements in line with legal, together with legal. But at this stage, she reported to Sam Vilakazi.
Thank you. And so the letter on page 93 is the award letter that you referred to yesterday.
That is correct, Chair.
Based on the evidence that you had given in relation to this award letter, and so to the letter addressed to whom it may concern on page 96. If you could just go quickly to 96, thank you. It was your evidence yesterday that the contents of this letter is certainly beyond your understanding of what the scope of services was up until this stage. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Well, you must just,
Let me rather
you might not be alive. I think if you say beyond, it might mean one thing, but I think what you mean is does not accord with her understanding. Am I right?
Yes.
That's what you want to say.
Let me rephrase.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase,
Okay.
sorry. In the context of the scope of services, which were outlined on the request for quotation that you sourced, which was outlined in the WhatsApp round-robin resolution, and which was outlined in the deviation memorandum, which was specific to those 2 operational requirements alluded to earlier, are the contents of the award letter and the letter addressed to whom it may concern true and correct?
Not in line with the deviation in the WhatsApps, Chair.
And so would the contents of both of these letters misrepresent the true state of affairs?
I would believe so, Chair.
And in that regard, if any reliance were placed on these facts contained in these letters, would it possibly prejudice anybody who relies on the contents of the letters, in your view?
Yes, it would, Chair.
Do you know whether or not these letters were used or not?
Used in what context?
Do you know anything about the use of these letters?
No, I don't, Chair.
In that instance, can I ask you to please go to page 9 of your statement? Because what you do know are certain communications that were provided to you by the Commission's investigators relating to IDC funding that was requested by EML from the IDC, which for the record is the Industrial Development Corporation. You deal with a series of communications, and that is documented from paragraph 30 to 39 of your affidavit. Were you aware, in your own knowledge, whether or not Dr. Samuel Vilakazi had communication with Mr. Eric Motlaka in relation to funding sought by EML from the IDC?
No, I did not, Chair.
And in line with what you stated in your affidavit, the communications on this topic is really what was given to you by the Commission's investigators.
That is correct, Chair.
If I could ask you to turn to page 11, please. Oh, sorry, not page 11, page 98. Chair, you will recall that this is the page that was not included as part of this witness's bundle when she attested to the affidavit, but she has since considered it. It's really an enclosing letter.
I don't recall. What was the context?
The context is that this was really just, page 98 in particular is an enclosing email to page 99, which is a pricing schedule. The pricing schedule formed part of the witness's affidavit when she deposed to it. She did not have sight of the page 98 at the time she deposed to the affidavit, but she certainly has since looked at it.
It wasn't there yesterday.
Yes, it was, Chair.
It was?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
Ms. Luke, oh,
Yeah, no, it's okay.
thank you, Chair. Ms. Luke, at page 98 appears an email from Eric of EML Energy sent on Friday, 14 July 2017 at 15:49, and it's sent to Vimal Rama. Copied on this email is Chenolo from EML Energy, and the subject title, which is a forward, is Jet A1 fuel prices July. There appears to be two attachments to this email. For the record, Chair, the email reads, Best Vimal, I have sent same the SA Express PDF for approval. The spreadsheet is our document with differentials and overheads. Please note that the differential is a total of R1. Differential and markup on transport and into plane prices. Best regards, EML Motlaka. Below that is another email which outlines Jet A1 fuel prices for EML Engineering, but more particularly on page 99 appears a pricing schedule. Is that right, Ms. Luke?
That is correct, Chair.
Do you know who Mr. Vimal Rama is?
No, I do not, Chair.
I'm sorry. The email at the bottom of page 98, is it not the one to which the prices at page 99 were attached?
Excuse me, Chair?
The email at the bottom of page 98,
Yes.
is it not the email to which the prices at page 99 were attached?
It appears to be so, Chair, and it appears to be the string of emails relevant to that attachment.
So the email at the bottom of page 98 is from Mr. Marius Norche, and it's addressed to Mr. Eric Mutlake, and Mr. Diahom Charlie is copied. And then it's got the prices below it, and the attachment, if that attachment at page 99 belongs to it.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, no, it's just that you read first an email that was sent on 14 July 2017, and looked last at the one dated 3 July. And then you went over to the prices, but if the prices at page 99 were an attachment to the email at the bottom of 98, that's fine, I understand.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Luke, if I could ask you to look at page, to follow up on Mr. Vimal Rama. On page 9, which is at paragraph 31 of your affidavit, it informs that Mr. Vimal Rama was an employee of the IDC. And so when we go to page 99 and look at this document on closer inspection, the first striking aspect of the document is that it's unsigned. In your view, Ms. Luke, what exactly does this document describe?
This document contains all the airports that were SA Express was operating to.
Please
Chair.
raise your voice a bit.
Apologies.
Thank you.
The document contains all the airports that SA Express operated to, Chair.
And when you say all the airports that it operated to, are you then including the AXA airports as well?
That is correct, Chair.
And just then for the record, the airports as listed in this document on the far left-hand side is Bloemfontein, Cape Town, Durban, East London, George, Johannesburg, Kimberley, Port Elizabeth, Richards Bay, Pilanesberg, and Denel Aviation. Below appears to be another tag on table which reads to Denel Aviation, and alongside that details a pump back per hour, a defuel per hour, and a storage per day. Let us first deal with this aspect before we deal with all the airports. What, in your understanding, would the bottom part of this table represent, where it details the Denel Aviation and detail?
I'm not that technically advanced or can comment on the technical side that much. However, this looks like it relates to the requirements that technical had on the defueling and the refueling of the aircraft.
And so that would be the one operational requirement that EML was required to provide services on to SA Express Technical. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
And then when we look at the balance of this table, which is dated July 2017, in the second column, reading this table from left to right, there appears an IATA code for each airport. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
And the next column talks to, well, it's titled SAX, being presumably SA Express, and it details a long list alongside, not a long list, it details numbers alongside each airport. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, Chair.
What would that mean to you?
In this context, it seems like the liters of fuel to be supplied, Chair.
And is it correct that this table represents liters of fuel to all of the airports, including the AXA airports?
That is correct, Chair.
And who did SA Express obtain its supply of fuel at the AXA airports?
We obtained via SAA, Chair.
And that was in line with an existing agreement that was in place?
That is correct, Chair.
So just to highlight two of these quantities, what is the quantity for Johannesburg?
21,200,000 liters.
And the quantity for Pilanesberg?
436,800 litres, Chair.
How does the number 436,800 align or not align with the actual operational requirement of SA Express at Pilanesberg Airport?
It does not align with the calculations that we did, Chair.
Alongside, in the next column, appears to be an index, and then the following column lists.
Sorry, Ms. Luke, you indicated that you don't know the technical side that's required to deal with this document, but you can talk to certain things. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair, yes.
Yes. Now, I just want to make sure that where you give evidence about it, it's something that's not speculation. It's something that you are confident of, you are sure of. Okay? The figures that appear under the column that has got SAX, can you see those?
Yes, Chair.
Let's start first. SAX, do you know what it stands for?
SA Express.
Okay.
Sir?
I see that the numbers that are written there, at the bottom there is R, which appears to be, that is Denel Aviation, it's 1,000 rand. Is that right? Is that 1,000 rand?
Yeah, that is what I also saw, Chair. So it confuses me slightly. It states 1,000 rand.
Just repeat
Chair?
that.
It states 1,000 rand under that column. That's why I do not understand the reasoning behind that, and I cannot comment.
Yes. And interestingly, while at the bottom, the number that appears there is 1,000 rand. It's got R for rands. The other numbers that appear above it do not have an R. So I don't know whether they are meant to be prices, to be rands, or whether it's meant to be something else like liters. Are you able to throw any light on that?
No, Chair. It's the same for me. There's no rand value next to it, and there's no litre indication on it as well, Chair. So you cannot confirm, especially with the table at the bottom, Chair.
What is it that you are able to say about this document?
If I relate to the amount of litres that SA Express use within a year, it relates close to let's say an average of 24 million litres a year for the Johannesburg route. So I'm well aware of that quantities, which then indicates to me that the table refers to litres. If I read 21,200,000 for our Tambo, for Johannesburg.
You say that that figure next to Johannesburg is close to the amount of liters of fuel
Yes.
that SA Express used for Johannesburg over what period?
During this period.
What is the period? Per
I-
year, per month? Per
Yes,
what?
I had a review. The calculations was based on the 2017 January to December usage, which was round about 21 to 24 million litres. So if I look at this table, it relates close to litres for me. Chair?
Yes, I don't know about you, but I see that there is a reference to July 2017, but I don't know whether the intention is to say all this information here relates to July 2017, or whether that's just indicates when this document was produced. And other than that reference to a date, I can't see anything that indicates whether we are talking about 1 month, we talk about a year, we talk about 6 months. Are you able to throw any light on that?
No, so those were my comments as well to the team that there is no indication, is this per annum, is this per month? So yes, it's a very vague document, Chair.
Okay, what else are you able to say about this document other than that that figure next to Johannesburg, it's actually 21,200,000, is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
And you are saying that figure is quite close to what you understand SAA to have used in terms of the amount of fuel for Johannesburg over what period?
A period from January to December 2017. It's fuel
For the year,
used for
for the calendar year of
Johannesburg.
2017.
For SA Express, yes,
Yes.
Chair.
Okay. Ms. September?
Yes, Chair. If we could then just look at this table quickly. It's at then page, we're still on page 100. Sorry, just lost the page. Is it correct that the numbers that align, that's reflected in here is for Pilanesberg is nowhere near what the operational requirement was at the Pilanesberg airport, however so calculated?
If you look at the calculation that we did at 8,500 litres per week, it comes to 442,000 litres per annum. Because there's no clarity on this document from EML specifying if it's litres or rands, the quantity indicated next to Pilanesberg is 436,800. Which is slightly less than the litres that was worked out. Chair.
Okay, thank you. But this document was in fact unsigned, is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, and just one last point, the literage that appears next to Denel Aviation, pump back and defuel, is it correct that in providing the service of defueling and refueling, actual fuel would need to be provided to refuel the aircraft after it's been fixed?
Under my understanding on the defueling, not, because then you remove the fuel, but
Yes.
obviously with the refueling or fueling, yes, there would be fuel required, Chair.
Can I then ask you to turn to page 102, please? At the bottom of the page, Chair, this is again a string of emails which reads from bottom to top in line with the sequence of emails provided.
Yeah, at least if you read them bottom to top, that shows how they happened in reality.
Yes, Chair.
What I have a problem with is if you read first an email that came later and read last an email that came earlier. So, but if you read bottom to top, that ensures you read first the email that came first and then the response, isn't it?
As it pleases, Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Luke, the email at the bottom of page 102 is an email from Eric EML Energy, sent on Thursday, July 13, 2017, to Sibongile Vilakazi, and Ms. Dr. Sam Vilakazi appears to be copied on this communication as well, in addition to Chenolo from EML Energy, and its subject title is Award Letter Fuel Supply. It reads, Best Sibongile, please note that the scope of work is on the proposal, but I have tried to summarize under correction on volumes and locations. It as follows. EML scope of work is then documented on page 103, and it includes a range of services. And if one were to look midway in this page, it not only includes refueling and defueling, and on the 9th question mark or bullet point, it reads monthly fuel price submission determined by the variance basic fuel price of refineries plus a margin based on overheads, operating costs and profits. Prices to be submitted, negotiated and approved by the commodity manager and or procurement. A monthly forecast of volume is required from SA Express. And then it goes on to inform that it also includes operate and maintain the fuel farms, bowsers and trailers at specified locations. Additional services below are informed to that which relate to diesel and petrol fuel. And so on the last point under additional services, it also records monthly fuel price to be determined by the basic landed costs of depot supply plus a margin as determined based on overheads, operating costs and profits, and it's signed off by Mr. Eric Mutlaka. In response to that email on page 102, a follow-up email from Mr. Eric Mutlaka on the 14th, which is the next day at 9:18. He sends an email again to Sibongile Vilakazi, copying the same people with the same subject title. And it says, Best Sibongile, please note the adjustments in red as per the requirement by IDC funding, which does require the drawdown for guarantees only done once. And a follow-up email to that sent later on the same day is once again sent by Eric Mutlaka to, this time, Samuel Vilakazi. And Chenolo is copied in on the email, and it reads, Best Sam, in light with our submission, we have attached the SA Express pricing schedule proposal, which we need signed off if approved. We urgently need this document for submission for our funders to release guarantees. And so if I can then take you to page 109. And you will note there, Ms. Luke, that this is an enclosing email by Dr. Samuel Vilakazi, 3 days later on the 17th of July 2017 at 15:57, which is sent to Eric of EML Energy, and it forwards an attachment. The email reads, Mr. Mutlaka, attached find the signed document as requested. And when you then go to page 111.
Mr. Temba, let the witness give evidence.
That is correct, Chair.
As it pleases, Chair. On page 111, there appears a table. Do you recognize this table relative to the documents that you have since seen?
That is correct, Chair.
What is this table?
This table is the same table that was provided for the RDC funding.
Is it?
And
Please continue.
and it has got a signature of Samuel Vilakazi on the document, Chair.
And the designation of Samuel Vilakazi as indicated on this document is?
The Chief Procurement Officer, Chair.
And this table is dated? What date?
July 2017, Chair.
And how does this table compare to the previous table that you had a look at earlier?
It looks like the same table, Chair.
By way of example, if you look at the Johannesburg and Pilanesberg lines, what is the literage that is referenced in respect of these two stations?
Should I read it out?
Please.
Chair? Johannesburg, 21,200,000. Pilanesberg, 436,800. Chair?
And that is then no different from the previous table, is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. Are you aware as to whether or not an agreement was in fact concluded between SA Express and EML Energy?
Only at the later stage, when it was sent to my divisional manager, that I was aware that there was a contract signed, Chair.
And if I can then ask you to turn to page 115. What document appears there?
This is an email from Sibongile Vilakazi to Eric from EML Energy. Copied in was Tsenolo from EML Energy. The subject was Agreement EML. And there was an attachment which reads Agreement for EML 24 July 2017, PDF SACS pricing schedule. Obviously, two attachments to it. And then good day again. Kindly receive attached for signature. Regards, Sibongile S. Vilakazi.
And this email is dated the 24th of July 2017, sent at 14:23, is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
If one then turns to page 117,
Are you going to where the attachment is supposed to be?
excuse me, Chair?
117, is that where we will find the attachment referred to in the email at page 115?
The attachment is not attached to this particular piece of correspondence.
Do we have it in the pack?
Yes.
I'm informed that it's
I mean,
certainly the same document
this-
that was signed.
You see, that email saying kindly receive the attached for signature can't be important for anything if there is no attachment. It can only be important if what is attached is important. So I would expect that the attachment is there, but I see that I don't see it here. I thought maybe it is somewhere else in the bundle. Otherwise, that email is not significant for anything.
As it pleases, Chair, these particular documents, we accept that Ms. Luke does not have personal knowledge about, and so these documents were certainly presented to her by the Commission's investigators. Having said that, though, I'm informed that the same signed document, which appears at page 111, is in fact the document that is being referred to, and I'm led by the instructions that I've received from the investigators.
Yes, but then why would we take her to an email about which she knows nothing? You understand my concern?
I do, Chair.
Yes.
I fully understand.
But if the attachment referred to in that email is in the bundle, I think it would be important to refer to it. But it also depends whether that attachment is of any importance and whether she has any evidence to give about it.
No problem, Chair. I do not have the attachment to this particular email. And
Okay,
that's
let's
as far as I can
confine the
take.
witness to the documents about which she can contribute something for the commission in terms of her
Agreed.
personal knowledge.
Agreed, Chair. If I can then take you to page 11 of your affidavit. You mentioned at some stage, you mentioned earlier that you had subsequently learned that a contract was in fact signed between EML and SA Express. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
If I can ask you to then go to page 122 of the bundle, please. Do you recognize this document?
This document is the agreement, supply of jet fuel between SA Express and EML engineers. That is correct.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn to page 124, please? And at paragraph 2.2.2, the commencement date is indicated as what date?
2.2.2 reads commencement date means 1 July 2017, notwithstanding the signature date. Chair?
And to that end, can I then take you to page 139? On what dates was this agreement signed? Firstly, by SA Express.
This agreement was signed by SA Express on the 7th day of August 2017.
And who signed on behalf of SA Express?
The name for the signature was Victor Taba as Acting Chief Executive Officer, but the signature on here is Miriam Mohule, that I recognize, Chair.
And who?
Okay, that is Victor Chaba, XABA. Okay, continue.
Taba. Apologies, Chair, yes.
And you recognize that signature to be that of other than Mr. Khaba?
Yes, as there is a PP next to the signature, which the signature looks like Miriam Mohule's.
And who is
signature.
Miriam Mohule, please? Like, if you could remind us for the record.
She was the chairperson of the BAC and also the general manager for the legal department at SA Express.
Thank
Chair?
you. And then could I ask you to, it appears that the signature for SA Express was not witnessed, but if you could then turn to the signature on behalf of EML, can you identify who signs the document on behalf of EML, please?
Would she know them?
Sorry?
Would she know people at EML?
No, if you could just read the names as it appears below the signature.
Well,
can
that
see
doesn't
the
necessarily mean that it's the same person.
The name, as I can see it, it's Eric Matu, that I can't read out, Legodi Motlake, Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you. And that has been witnessed, or rather those signatures have been witnessed, and it's signed on what date?
Signed on the 24th of July 2017, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn to page 126, please?
Did you say 126?
Yes, Chair. At paragraph 3, the scope of work and description of services is outlined. Please read paragraph 3.1 into the record.
To aggressively market SA Express with the aim of restoring the reputation of the brand as set out in Annexure A, which is attached here too.
And so
Chair.
can I then ask you to turn to page 140, which is Annexure A. You will note there that there are two categories of scopes. The first is highlighted as scope of work, and below is a listing of additional services related to diesel and petrol fuel.
That is correct, Chair.
Under the first bullet under scope of work, please read that into the record.
Guarantee the monthly availability of Jet A1 product to the value of 67 million rand at all locations required by SAX.
And the third bullet, please.
Ordering, transporting and receipt of fuel from refineries into plane. Chair.
And 2 below that, beginning with refuel.
Refuel of aircraft at locations as determined by SACS. Chair.
And the next one as well, please.
Defuel of aircraft on call at a set charge for defuel and fuel storage costs. Fuel stored will be credited to client. Chair.
And have you looked at this agreement, Ms. Luke?
Yes, I've gone through this agreement, Chair.
Do you understand how the value of 67 million is computed?
No, I don't, Chair.
And then lastly, if I could ask you to turn to page 127.
What is the page?
127. Paragraph 6 talks to the duration of the agreement. Please read paragraph 6.1 into the record.
This agreement shall commence on 1 July 2017 and shall continue for a term of 36 months unless terminated in accordance with the provisions of this agreement or otherwise in accordance with the law. Chair.
Now could I ask you to turn to page 12? Oops, sorry. Humble apologies. Last main important point is on page 143. Do you recognize this document, Ms. Luke?
Yes, this is the same table that was sent to IDC and also then it was the attachment, it's attachment to the agreement, this table, Chair.
And who signs this agreement, if you can recognize those signatures at all?
The signature here is a PP signature, which looks like Miriam Mohule's signature. The name under there is V. Gaba, if I correct that, and designated acting CEO. Chair?
Thank you. And just to look again to examples of similarity, if you look at Johannesburg and Pilanesberg, what literage is referenced there under each station?
Johannesburg, once again, is 21,200,000 and Pilanesberg, 436,800. Chair?
Thank you. Can I then ask you to turn to page 12 of your affidavit, please? Paragraph 42. What happened around July, August of 2017?
Because me and Gavin shared an office, Gavin indicated to me during this period that he was requested by Dave Allenby to make a comparison of prices between the SIA pricing and EML. It was based on the EML pricing schedule that was provided by Mr. Allenby to Mr. Fourie. Mr. Fourie went through the same similar table that we just referred to now, where there was nothing on that table. It was an empty table with just all the numbers on. And I can remember Gavin indicated by hand, he did a pricing comparison on the right-hand side of that table, SIA pricing versus the EML pricing. And from that I know that Gavin concluded with that there was a 30% hike in the price. Chair?
Can I ask you to turn to page 145, please? Once again, we have what appears to be exactly the same table. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
There's handwritten markings on the right-hand side. Do you recognize that handwritten markings at all?
Yes, that is Gavin Foury's handwriting.
Chair, for the record, the affidavit of Gavin Foury, which forms part of this bundle under tab 3, page 3, paragraph 9 to 10, certainly corroborates what the witness has
Okay,
said.
thank you.
We could then go back to page 12. We're on paragraph 43. What happens on the 18th of October 2017, Ms. Luke?
Around the 18th of October, Mr. Jogbeck, which is the Divisional Manager for Airport Operations, received the EML contract as an attachment from Sibongile Velakazi. And then Mr. Foury printed this contract because he was also copied in on it, and which I then saw basically for the first time that was fully signed off, and that reviewed the scope of service that was on the table that was signed off for SA Express. Chair?
And had you seen the contract before this date?
No, I did not, Chair.
So your involvement in this process ended after you requested the quotation? A copy of the quotation you've never seen if one was ever received at all. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
And this is then the next occasion that you learn of any documentation in relation to this process?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. What was your problem, if you had a problem at all, with this contract?
The problem with this was that the services that was required was only two, which was on the technical side of the refueling and defueling, and obviously on the Pilansberg side, refuel was required for operation. However, this contract contained every single station that SA Express operated to, which was a concern, as I was aware that there was an SAA agreement for fuel at the AXA airport. However, all of those were included in this agreement, Chair.
Were two of the problems with regard to this contract that one, its conclusion had not been preceded by compliance with any procurement processes, and two, the discussion had been in regard to only two stations, but the agreement included all stations. Were those two of the problems that you highlight about this contract?
The biggest problem in this agreement is it contains other stations other than what was deviated for.
Yes, that's the second one that I mentioned.
Yes.
Is the first concern also applicable or not applicable?
The concern of
Whether procurement procedures were followed before the contract was concluded.
whether the correct procurement procedures were followed. Yes, Chair. That's correct.
Is that one of your concerns
Yes.
about it?
That was also a concern, yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Are there other concerns that you want to articulate or to highlight about this contract, other than those two?
No, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Maybe just to amplify, how does this agreement affect the SA Express Jet A1 fuel agreement, if at all?
Personally, for me, is that not, may I say the word breach of agreement?
Can you speak a little louder, please?
can I say breach of agreement, perhaps? Because we already have a service provider providing fuel through SAA to our axle stations. On this agreement, it puts all those stations on this agreement, but supplied by EML, which doesn't make sense. You can't have two service providers providing the same service, Chair.
So another concern was not simply that it went beyond two stations, but actually that it created duplications.
That is correct, Chair. Yes.
You have situations where you have got two people who must do the same thing.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, and then another concern, was it not that in relation to either prices or liters of fuel required, these were inflated either in all cases or in some cases?
Yes,
Just think carefully in terms of
Yes.
what you have said. I'm trying to recall what I thought you said. If you didn't say that, you must just say, no, that's not my understanding. My understanding is the following.
Chair, how I would also have it is the 30% increase in the pricing.
Yes,
Second is the provision to stations where we already had an agreement with SAA.
yes,
And obvious, the escalation, the price, the services to stations that was already supplied by SAA. Yes, that's correct, Chair.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. So after you learned about this agreement, what steps did you take, if any? Did you raise anything with anyone within SA Express about this agreement?
Yes, I had discussions with my General Manager, Dave Allenby, about the concerns, and as my affidavit states as well, sharing an office with Gavin Fourie also had a communication with Dave Allenby. Concerns were raised with the pricing comparison, especially on the 30%, and there are emails confirming these conversations.
Thank you.
Chair?
On that, can I then take you to page 148, please? Which actually begins at the bottom of 147. Were you aware of this email communication exchange, Ms. Luke?
Yes, I was.
Did
Chair.
you say 147?
147, Chair. And we'll be reading the emails in order of sending, not in order of print. In fact, let us start rather on page 1.
Okay, just repeat the question in relation to 147.
Yes, can I perhaps, let us start on 148, Chair. In the middle of the page is an email sent from Jacques Beck on the 18th of October 2017, 9:04 a.m., and it's sent to Gavin Fourie. Subject title, EML contract, and it appears to only read EML contract signed. Ms. Luke, the next communication in response starts on page 147 at the bottom of the page. Can you see that?
That is correct. That's the email from Gavin Fourie to Dave Allenby.
Yes, and it's sent on the 18th of October 2017 at 9:57 a.m. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
On the next page, who's copied on this email?
It would be Ian Finley, Captain Ian Finley, and Jacques Beck is copied on this email, Chair.
Please read the contents of the email into the record.
Hi, Dave. What am I missing here? With the price quoted in Annexure B, surely we can't enter into a contract like this. Prices are approximately 30% higher than what we are currently paying at SAA. Regards, Gavin. Chair.
Then if we go to page 147, there appears an email from Mr. Peter Corver to Mokolo, Matsietsi Mokolo, on February the 21st, 2018 at 10:52 a.m. Can you please read this email into the record?
This email is only Peter Corver that forwarded all the below emails to our new acting CEO, which was Matsitsi Mokolo, which states, for your information, madam, below that was the email from Dave that responded to Gavin's email.
Yes.
That was dated on the 18th of October at 1:30 p.m. Gee, should I read that email?
Please.
Afternoon, Gavin. Before this concern grows legs, allow me to clarify on what I have gleaned. Number one, I too was taken aback but have subsequently seen the date of signature. Number two, this was an approved contract via a Saturday Exco round robin in order for SACS to use the services of EML to defuel a CRJ 200 standing at Denell. In brackets, the normal service providers require 24 hours advance notice in order to supply the dedicated Bowser. Number three, you will see that Peter Corver is to manage the relationship. Number four, this is not a carte blanche change of fuel service provider countrywide. And number five, there are, however, ongoing discussions with EML with regards to the possible supply of fuel at our problematic stations, NTY and HDS, NTY standing for Sun City and HDS standing for Hoedspruit. I hope this always allays your fears. Regards, Dave. Chair.
Does that email communication talk about the supply of fuel at all in relation to the the countrywide supply of fuel to all stations at which SA Express operates?
No, it does not, Chair.
Did you and Mr. Fourie have any discussion about Mr. Allenby's email?
Yes, we did, yeah.
And what was it about?
We were both concerned and regarding the reply, and I remember that we said that we weren't happy with the reply, especially with the table that we saw. We weren't happy. Gee?
Were you involved in the implementation of this, or would you have been involved, in the implementation of this agreement?
No, Chair.
And then lastly, did you do anything or take any steps after learning about this agreement?
Yes, I did. At the time then, after me and Gavin's discussions, I took this matter further to Mr. Timothy Ngwenya, who is our head of security at SA Express, and I advised him of the document and our concerns relating to the matter and requested that it be further investigated. Chair.
And did you raise any concerns to him about verification of invoices?
Yes, I advised I advised my general manager, Dave Allenby, that I would not be verifying any invoices for EML.
So you were then in fact involved somehow in the implementation of the agreement?
In some sort of way, because...
Well, she was saying she would refuse to be part of the implementation.
Yes.
That's what she is saying.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase then. The role that you held and that you hold, which is airports coordinator, does that role require verification of any invoices that arise out of this agreement?
As part of my duties, I verify invoices, which in this case, because it's a privately owned airport, the invoices for the fuel would have come through operations, we would have been me to verify, which have then be going to our general manager, Dave Allenby, for authorization. And with this regard and notifying Timothy about the problem, I advised my general manager that I will not be verifying any invoices for EML. Chair.
Thank you. Is Mr. Klaber, for the record, still part of SA Express?
No, he's not. He has left SA Express, Chair.
And who became the acting CEO after Mr. Klaber?
Around November 2017, Ms. Matsitsi Mogolo became acting CEO of SA Express.
Thank you. And then, do you know whether or not anything has arisen following your complaint that was laid to the head of security, Mr. Timothy Ngwenya? What was the outcome of, was there any investigation conducted?
I did not get feedback as this investigation would have been on a higher level. For me, I have advised them that they need to look into the matter. A couple of times I did touch base with Timothy to find out, and it was indicated that they are busy looking into the matter, and that is where I left it, Chair.
Have there been any steps taken against any individuals arising out of this contract?
Yes, some of the people that have been involved in this were suspended from SA Express, Chair.
And lastly, what has happened to this particular contract that we've spoken about today, concluded between South African Express, Airways and EML?
For my own, for myself, after I reported the matter, I did go to our finance department to double check and see if there were any payments made to EML, Chair. And it was assured to me that there was only one payment around 90,000. I'm talking under correction, 90,000, that was made to EML with regards to the defueling and refueling of aircraft. Other than that, no further payments were made, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, that is certainly the evidence of this witness, which is augmented by the signed affidavit of Mr. Gavin Fourie, found under tab 3 of the bundle, and it's at least corroborated to the extent of where Ms.
Well,
Luke
any
refers to
affidavit
it.
that you want as corroboration will have to be one. At least its important features must be publicly read out or mentioned, and to the extent that it may affect anybody else, it would have to be, copies would have to be sent to such persons so that they can comment or say if they want to dispute anything that he or she corroborates by way of an affidavit. Then in that way, if we don't call that person, then we are able to say those it refers to were given an opportunity to indicate if they have anything to challenge, and they didn't. Okay, but that's
if I may address...
That's the legal team is aware of that. It's not something new. I think Ms. Hofmeyer wants to assure you that it will be taken care of.
If I can address you on the second point, Chair.
Yes.
Although it may have been, I don't have the particular dates with me right now, it may have been shorter notice than the 14-day period. Notices have certainly been sent to persons who are or may be implicated by the affidavit of Mr. Gavin Fourie. So
Okay.
we as the legal team are at least satisfied that those persons have been notified.
Yes.
I'm guided by you as to how you wish the
if
affidavit
that's
to be
been
read.
done, it's okay. I'm simply saying that those affidavits where the intention is not to call the person to come and give oral evidence, at some stage the public needs to be told of at least the main features of the affidavit. That need not be done now. Arrangements can be made for it to be done, for that to be done at a later stage.
As it pleases, Chair.
Yeah.
In conclusion then, it's our submission that through the evidence that has been led through this witness, the three questions certainly arise, as I alluded to in the introduction.
Before that, let me just say, you said that, you say it was Mr. Tlaba who is no longer with SA Express.
That is correct, Chair, yes.
What happened to him? Did he resign? Was he dismissed?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did resign, sir.
Was he suspended at any stage before he resigned?
No, sir, no,
No.
he resigned.
And Dr. Vilagazi, is he still there?
Dr. Vilakazi was suspended, sir, Chair.
How long ago was that? You can't remember.
At
2017,
beginning of 2018, Chair.
Beginning of 2018.
Chair.
What has happened to that? Has there been a hearing? Has there been no hearing? Is he still on suspension? Has he resigned? Has he been dismissed? Do you know?
Chair, that is our
You don't
human.
know?
Yeah, no, I don't. The human capital can actually respond to that
Okay,
request.
no,
Chair.
that's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
You wanted to say something?
Just one concluding remark.
Yeah.
And that is that through the evidence of Ms. Luke, together with evidence that is yet to be led, the questions shall remain as to whether or not the procurement process is relative to the supply of jet fuel, and the conclusion of the agreement with EML was born out of fraudulent or even corrupt activities, to the extent that proper procurement processes were not followed, or any other actions may or may not have been taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Luke, thank you very much for having come forward to give evidence. Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry. The next
Well, it's time for the tea break.
Yes. Okay.
So the changeover can happen during the tea break.
Thank you.
We'll take the tea adjournment. It's 20 past now. We'll resume at 25 to 12.
Thank you,
We
Chair.
adjourn.
for record purposes, request that we enter his bundle as Exhibit DD11 into the record.
The Lever Arch file containing Mr. Mark Vaughan's statement and annexures will be marked as Exhibit DD11.
Thank you, Chair. And then if I could request the witness to be sworn in, we can proceed.
Yes, please swear in the witness or administer the affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Mark Edmund Vaughan.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence that you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Vaughan, just to orientate you in relation to the two files you see in front of you at the witness table, the bigger file in front of you, which I'll refer to as Exhibit DD11, contains your affidavit and annexures. And then next to that is the bundle from the preceding witness, Ms. Look. I've asked that it remain there just because there was an aspect, Chair, in the evidence of Ms. Look where she indicated a limited personal knowledge of certain documents. Mr. Vaughan, we expect will be able to fill in that gap for us. So we will
Okay.
just take him there at the appropriate point.
Okay.
Mr. Vaughan, if you open up your file, which is Exhibit DD11, you'll see at page 1, and the pagination you'll find at the top right-hand corner of the page, is a document headed affidavit, and it runs to page 21 of that bundle. Can you confirm that that is your affidavit deposed to on the 7th of June 2019?
I do, Chair.
Mr. Vaughan, I know that there's at least one correction you wanted to make on the affidavit, which I propose to take you to when we get there in the evidence. But over and above that, are there any other changes you wish to make?
No other changes, Chair.
Thank you. If we can then begin on page 1, Mr. Vaughan, could you explain to us what your position is at SAA and the period for which you have been in SAA's employ?
I'm currently the head of fuel at South African Airways, and I've been in the employment of SAA for 36 years.
You probably don't know any other employer.
You're absolutely right. I joined SAA straight out of school and started as an apprentice aircraft mechanic.
Yes. Okay.
And Mr. Vaughan, for what period have you held the position of head of fuel management?
It's been for 5 years now, if I'm not mistaken.
I think at
It's-
paragraph 1, you say you occupied it from the end of 2013, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then in paragraph 3 on that first page, you detail what the functions of the head of, the functions of fuel management are generally. Could you take us through those?
Okay, so fuel management manages the fuel for South African Airways and the group, so which will be Mango and SA Cargo, as well as there's a contract in place to administer the fuel for SA Express. And when we talk about the process that it involves, it is to ensure the quality or the oversight of the quality of fuel. That's the main thing. Thereafter, security of supply, getting the fuel at the best prices, and then, of course, paying for the fuel thereafter.
And you mentioned in your evidence a moment ago that there was some arrangement between SAA and SA Express in relation to fuel. If you turn over the page to page 2, as I have it, you pick that up from paragraph 4, where you start to describe the nature of that relationship. Could you please explain it to us?
Okay, so the relationship with SA Express, as I say, it is an administrative role, Chair. There was agreement, the last agreement was signed in August of 2011 by my predecessor. There is a clause in there that it does renew on a yearly basis if there isn't any significant change to the management of this fuel, and that admin fees, that is just for the administration portion of the of fuel, will be reviewed on a yearly basis as inflationary pressures or the change in the operation requires. If there is, as I said, if there is, that's just on the payment on a yearly basis. If there is no significant change, both parties can just carry on with that 2011 agreement, which is in place to this day.
And you mentioned a moment ago that the agreement governs the administration of aviation fuel. If you look at paragraph 4 of your affidavit, though, you also indicate there that it includes the procurement of aviation fuel. How does that work?
Okay, so it does include the procurement, so we look at that as part of the administration, so the procurement process. So what we would do, we procure for the group, including SA Express. We've got the economies of scale there. We come to an agreement with the most competitive fuel suppliers. We then give SA Express that fuel at the same price as what SA gets it at. There is no markup or anything. The recovery of any funds for the work done is done through the administration, the administrative agreement.
And just if you may expand a little bit more on the economies of scale available to SAA.
Okay.
What does that mean ultimately for the price at which you can procure fuel?
Well, SAA procures significantly more fuel than SA Express. So with them coming or latching onto our contracts, it gives us the opportunity to negotiate better with the suppliers because of the volumes, which would be a better price for SA Express as well. So they benefit from that.
Thank you. And then if we go to paragraph 6 on page 2, you indicate precisely which stations the SAA and SA Express agreement apply to. Could you also explain that to us?
Yes, Chair, I can do that. So the intent of the agreement from the beginning was for SAA to procure for SA Express at the AXA locations and also airports that SA also flew to. And that would be, so the shared locations. Any location that SA Express might have decided to go on their own, for instance, Pilanesberg, Mafeking or and Hoedspruit, anything that came on afterwards, SA Express went alone on that particular process. They it didn't form part of the SAA process. I don't know if that answers, Jay.
Thank you. And so if you just go over the page to 3, as I have your evidence, you've indicated at least 3 locations where SA Express was required to do its own procurement. That was Mafeking, Hoedspruit and Pilanesberg. But over the page at 3, you indicate the locations where they could rely on SAA, as I have your affidavit. Is that correct?
That is correct. Would you like me to mention the stations?
Yes, if you would just give us those.
So it is OR Tambo, it would be Richards Bay, Durban, East London, Port Elizabeth, George, Cape Town, Bloemfontein and Kimberley.
I did check to read that you got all of those. I noticed you didn't need to read them. You did it purely from memory, but
That's
you
correct.
haven't left out any
I
of
don't
them
think I have.
at paragraph 6. So we're indebted to you. Mr. Vaughan, if you do go over the page to page 3, you will see there a heading in your affidavit, and that, I understand it, is where you'd like to make one correction. Could you just tell us what you want that heading to read as?
That is correct, Chair. I'd like that heading to read as SA pushes for transformation. There were obviously parties that were part of that transformation, EML being one of them. So it was SA pushing for transformation.
So we could just
I'm sorry,
delete.
is that the heading?
Yes, Chair.
Oh, okay. How should it read?
I would say SA pushes for transformation.
Pushes for transformation. In other words, deleting EML and...
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's it.
okay.
EML would form part of that transformation.
Yeah,
But there's also other parties that, Chair, that
Yeah.
form part of it.
okay.
Thank you. And then if we go to paragraph 7 on that page, you start to deal with what you describe in paragraph 7 as huge pressure from the board in a push for transformation. Can you tell us about that and which board you speak of when you make these comments?
Okay, first of all, the board that I refer to is the Ms. Manyeni board, Dr. Tambi and Ms. Kwinana. That is a particular board, and that would be from 2013, the end of 2013, when I took over as head of fuel, through to the end of 2017.
Mr. Vaughan, we'll come back to the change that occurs in the board in late 2016. But can I just get clear from you, as chair, insofar as chairperson of the board is concerned, you mentioned Ms. Mieni. Did she occupy that position for the period that you describe?
I believe so.
We'll come back to the positions of Ms. Kwinana and Dr. Tambi, because as I have it from later in your affidavit, there is a change. They do leave at a point in 2016. So they are not there for the full duration to the end of 2017 that you've described.
I believe so, but yeah, I believe so.
We'll go to it at the appropriate point, if we may.
The board, you're quite right, with a change of board, but I think Ms. Medugeni only left towards the end of 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So just to get the evidence clear, if I may, Ms. Mieni occupied the position of chair for the period that you describe in paragraph 7. You, however, reference to other members of the board who occupied positions on the board for a substantial period within that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But there is a change that we will come to in due course towards the end of 2016. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. And you go on at paragraph 8 to talk about the significant barriers to entry for new participants in the jet fuel market. Can you take us through that? What are the issues?
The barriers of entry that I'm referring to there are if you have a look at the jet fuel industry across the world, in actual fact, you'll see it is the big players that that operate in this space. In other words, the refiners, the big traders of the world. And you see very few small companies that operate there. So the barriers to entry really for small companies is because they don't have the economies of scale. So that is the one thing. The margins are so small for jet fuel that you generally have the big players there. So for a small company, the barriers of entry would be, first of all, to get agreements in place to get the licenses to operate at an airport. So that comes at a cost, which eats further into your margins, which are very small in the first place. There's also a $1 billion insurance that is required to indemnify your person that you are contracting with. So that comes at a substantial cost as well. Then, of course, you also have to ensure that you have the correct the correct specification of fuel and the quality, and there are agreements that need to be got as far as that's concerned in the form, well, there's agreements that don't need it, and that comes at a cost as well.
Can we just pause for a moment on that $1 billion insurance? What is that required for?
Okay, so the $1 billion insurance, as I said, it's in order for you to indemnify the party that you are contracting with in the event of a total loss of an aircraft due to substandard fuel, or even the delivery of the fuel to an aircraft where you might have a fire. So if you have a look at an airline like South African Airways that operates large aircraft like the A340-600, the insurers obviously look at what it would cost if there was any claim in the case of negligence. And that would, in most cases for aircraft that size, would equate to $1 billion and sometimes even more, depending on the passengers that you're carrying and what the form of loss was. So that is where it is. So with SAA holds third-party liability insurance. We then expect through our legal and our procurement process that anyone that we contract with indemnifies us, so they would have to hold $1 billion. And then going down the line, it goes further down the line. So it's the indemnification of the person that you're contracting with in case of a claim.
It sounds from your answer that there are some risks associated with providing jet fuel to aircraft. Is that the case?
There are risks, and that's why there's a lot of rules in place and legislation.
And you mentioned fires. Is that one of the things that can happen?
That could be. I mentioned fire, and of course, because that would result in a total loss of an aircraft. So total loss of an aircraft would result of substandard fuel, where you have a flame out and the aircraft potentially crashes, or on the delivery of fuel, you're working with volatile substances or liquids, and if it's not delivered correctly and it's not earthed properly, you could set the aircraft alight.
Thank you, Chair. We will, in due course, in Mr. Vaughan's evidence, go through that whole process of how you get jet fuel into an aeroplane. It does have some significance just to understanding the types of agreements that were being entered into, but we'll come to that in a moment, if we may. Mr. Vaughan, at paragraph 10 on page 4, you do indicate there a sympathy on SAA's part to try and get new entrants into this field. Can you tell us about the origins of that sympathy and what was done to try and open up this market?
Chair, there was a sympathy from SAA's side on transformation. It was from, I think, a two-tier approach. Obviously, we want to see transformation in South Africa. Secondly, it is also SAA's BE scorecard was really bad. If you look at it, and I think there was pressure on to improve that. With jet fuel being one of the largest spend, it's either salaries or jet fuel depending on the oil price. But jet fuel being the largest procuring spend, there was pressure on that we have transformation on who we are contracting with so that we could improve our scorecard. There were proposals made at various juncture where we would speak to suppliers to see, because obviously that would be the one. So if you have a look at who we procure fuel from, is normally the oil majors or the big traders. So we were talking to the oil majors that have refineries in South Africa to encourage them to improve their scorecard. So of course that helps SA, but doesn't help us to the full extent because it's only a contracting party that has got a level 1 or level 2 or level 3 compared to what we were. So we did engage with them, although, I mean, I must say the oil majors had put a lot, I mean, they've been looking at this for a long time and improving their BE status. So it would be so it made sense for us to do it, for instance, on the transport side. That is where a small player, SME can operate, and very successfully, and which a lot of the suppliers, I think all the suppliers actually have that in place.
You have referred in your evidence to the oil majors.
Yes.
Can you tell those of us who are uninitiated in the jet fuel world who the oil majors are?
Okay, so if we look in South Africa, so there's oil majors all across the world, but the big oil majors in South Africa are Total, Sasol, Shell, BP, Engen, Chevron, which is now Astron. They've changed name to Astron. So those would be the oil majors that we talk about. And then the big traders would be, for instance, that are operating in South Africa is Puma under Trafigura. So they would be also looked at as an oil major because they have refineries overseas where they import from those refineries overseas.
Thank you. At page 4, you have a heading midway down the page entitled 2016 SAA Tender. Before we get into the detail of it, and just jumping ahead in the evidence, Chair, if I may, we will hear from Mr. Vaughan as I read his affidavit about this tender process. As it so happens, the tender is never awarded by SAA, but we submit it is still relevant for the Commission to hear about this context because it plays a role in due course on the IDC leg of this investigation. And I just preface it so that we don't come to the end of the story and question why we've been told about it.
Yes,
it does have a
yeah.
significance in relation to later evidence.
No, thank you.
So if we can begin at paragraph 11, you indicate there a decision by the board in January 2016 in relation to jet fuel procurement. What was that decision?
The 2016 decision by the board was to set aside fuel for small entities, for SMMEs.
How much fuel?
It was, at that particular, if I'm not mistaken, was 15%.
And what does that mean? Set aside 15% of fuel.
So the way I understood it was to say that we will still procure fuel from the majors, but 15% of the domestic fuel requirement would go eventually to small entities.
Well, just help us understand that, if you may, because as I understand your evidence thus far, you're going to source your fuel from the oil majors who have refineries. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
But some portion of that fuel that will come from the majors must be set aside so that other parties can come in and participate. Is that right, in providing jet fuel to SAA?
That is correct, Chair.
So, what you would do is, we'll only allow majors to give us fuel up to 85%, and 15% will be what we will get from smaller companies. Is that a good understanding of what you are saying?
That would be correct, Chair.
Okay.
And can I just clarify with a follow-up point, who would the small entities get their fuel from?
So the most logical place that it would come from, especially in the beginning, would be from the oil majors, from the refiners in South Africa.
So as I understand the model, the refiners are going to sell 85% of their fuel to SAA directly.
That's correct, Chair.
They'll then sell 15% of their fuel to the new entrant, who is then going to sell that fuel again to SAA. Is that correct?
That's correct, and it would come at obviously at a premium.
So if you compare the price at which SAA can get the fuel from the oil majors as compared with the price that it will get it from the small enterprises, what is the distinction there?
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, Chair, what are you asking for? What percentage, or are you asking?
I'm asking for what the difference would be. I guess, to be fair, Mr. Vaughan, let me ask it this way. Would it not be cheaper for SAA to get 100% of the fuel from the oil majors?
Of course, most definitely, Chair.
And why is that?
Because the small companies would be purchasing that fuel from the oil majors, and I believe at the prices that SAA gets their fuel from the oil majors wouldn't be able to give a discount any further to a small-owned entity. And that then, so there would definitely be, they'd have to put a markup to obviously cover their costs and to make profit.
So there would be a cost implication for adopting this approach to jet fuel. Is that correct?
There would be.
Thank you. And if we go to paragraph 13 on page 5 of your affidavit.
Maybe before that.
Certainly, Chair.
It seems logical that on that approach of obtaining the 15% of fuel that was needed, SAA would have to be prepared to pay more.
That is correct, Chair.
In other words, more would have to be prepared to pay for that fuel to smaller companies at a higher price than it did with regard to fuel it obtained from the majors.
That's correct.
Did the SAA consider that in order to advance transformation, that was justified?
I would believe that was the case.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But I'm wondering whether it's the best way because really, does it not amount to the majors selling to you that 15% at a higher price via the smaller companies?
So I believe that would be the case, Chair. with that being said, if you developed the small-owned companies, eventually they possibly would have been more competitive, and I believe that's probably what the transformation was looking at. But you're quite right, that would have come at a cost.
Yes. No, there's no doubt that for a good cause, certain measures may have to be taken, to advance a good cause, and sometimes there may be inconvenience, sometimes there may be costs involved, but if the good cause is worth it, that may be fine. But I'm just wondering the way this would work. It seems a little unusual. I wonder whether it wouldn't have been better, but you might not know, to say, to require the measures to accommodate smaller companies within themselves in terms of BEE, as opposed to having smaller companies separate. And then they can have some arrangements, or was that explored and was found not to be sustainable?
Yeah, I believe, Chair, that the majors do engage with small companies on many fronts, and of course that was a consideration if they had taken a company under their wing, if you in that sense. But at the end of the day, I don't believe it would have benefited SAA scorecard. And I think that was really the drive behind it, is to improve the BE scorecard of SAA.
But I don't understand that part of your evidence, and I think it's the second time you mention it, at least as I understand it. My understanding of improving the BE scorecard, would it not be that you bring them within your business as SAA, which I think you were not doing as such? What you were doing, you were just doing business with them, as opposed to bringing them within, to be part
Chair,
of whatever SA does. They are part of that. If you want to explore new businesses, they are your partners.
Sure. I think the best person to answer that would be the transformation manager at SA.
Yes, okay, no, that's fine. But certainly giving them business is an important part as well. It's just that in the context of jet fuel, the way you say SA decided to do it seems unusual, but it might well be that if it's properly explained, it was a good thing.
Chair, we'll certainly pick up, if we may, on that point, because with respect, the aspect that you've highlighted is the one that does trouble one immediately when you look at this arrangement for transformation, because it's the same fuel that you're getting from
the same
engine
source.
or Total. It's exactly the same fuel. You're adding a markup and you're paying more for it so that somebody can participate. In a context in which, Mr. Vaughan, as I've understood your evidence, there were other efforts made to seek to make this industry more accessible. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The one I have from your evidence, and correct me if I'm wrong, is engagements directly with the oil majors to require them to transform themselves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
To up their BEE status. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The second one I have from your evidence is the point also referenced by the chair, that you'd ask the oil majors to involve them somewhere else in the value chain. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And the example, as I have it, that you gave was that transportation was quite an effective aspect of the value chain where new entrants and transformed players could enter the market. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
So, Chair, my suggestion would be in due course that we must look at this whole field and assess where the important pursuit of transformation by state-owned entities can take place effectively, and then look at where it might have been attempted in circumstances that may not have been as effective. And this story will play out precisely why it wasn't effective in the jet fuel context. So much so that when this very same tender comes back in 2018, that requirement is omitted, But we will get to that in due course, if we may.
I think I just want to mention this, and you can, Mr. Vaughan, indicate whether you share the observation. On this approach that SAA was going to adopt, those who have previously monopolized, if you like, the business of providing fuel to SAA are not prejudiced in any way by this arrangement. Instead, they benefit more because although they don't, the SAA has negotiated with them certain prices in terms of the 85% fuel that they will continue to provide to SAA. When it comes to this 15% that SAA must get via smaller companies, they get even more. It's even a better arrangement for them, I would think.
This is true.
Because if they, I'm sorry,
Sure.
if they provide 100% fuel to SAA as they had always done before, for that 100% fuel, they charge at lower rates which have been negotiated with SAA. But if they provide 85% of fuel direct to SAA, but provide the 15% via smaller companies, they make more money because when they sell to the smaller companies, they are not bound by this arrangement on prices with SAA. Whereas when you look at transformation, and that's part of the reason why some companies that have been enjoying, monopoly of certain businesses in the past, that's why sometimes they don't want transformation, is that now that the cake must be shared, they begin to get less because part of what they were getting needs to go somewhere else to others who have been excluded. But in this arrangement, those who have enjoyed benefits and monopoly just benefit from this arrangement.
So, Chair, to answer your question from my perspective, is if they would have been supplying 100% of the volume they wanted to SA, by then taking 15% and supplying it through SMME, and they supplied the SMME at a higher price, obviously they would have benefited from that. But what I believe, and especially in the 2018 tender, they were prepared to give the SMMEs the fuel at the same price as they would give it to SA. So there was no benefit to them as far as that's concerned. So where the premium came from was obviously the handling of the fuel and the invoicing of SMME thereafter. So that's where the premium came from.
So they didn't charge the SMMEs more than they charged SAA.
That is correct, especially in the 2018 tender.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's just that what it amounted to is, in terms of the money that came to them for the 100% fuel, 85 directly to SAA, 15 to SAA, but via SMMEs, they got the same as the arrangement they had with SAA.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Chair, if I may, just one follow-up point there. Back to the Chair's point about, well, you don't break up the monopoly, though, by this arrangement, do you? Because
No.
the 5 or 6 oil majors are still supplying 100% of the fuel. You haven't, by this method, enabled anyone else to take a portion of that market, have you?
You're quite correct, Chair.
Thank you.
They still have the whole cake.
They do. They do. And SAA is paying a little bit more for one of the pieces, it would
Yes.
appear to be.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Mr. Vaughan, if we then go to the affidavit at page 5, at paragraph 13, you talk about some of the requirements of this tender that was to be awarded in 2016. The one that I'd like to pick up on is that second bullet under paragraph 13, because there you tell us about what the envisaged duration was for this jet fuel supply arrangement. What was that?
Okay, the period is 3 years.
And how does that accord with previous jet fuel procurement until this point?
Okay, with procuring of jet fuel, because of the volatility of the market and also fluctuations, generally fuel suppliers are reluctant to contract for periods longer than a year. Although there have been periods where a supplier is pretty confident on their pricing and the market where they would give extended of up to 2 years, and to my knowledge, I've seen one for 3 years as well. But that is really out of the ordinary. It's normally a year's contract, Chair.
So what did you make of this period of 3 years?
The period of 3 years, I believe, would be to develop because it's talking to the 20% there, and it's really, well, yeah, it's talking to the set aside, and that would be in order to develop the supplier. Okay.
Well, just to be clear there, when the RFP went out, as I have your evidence, that 3-year duration would apply to everyone. Is that correct?
Yes, that would apply to everybody, correct.
And what I understand from your evidence is that that would be unusual in the market as it was at the time.
Yes.
But nonetheless, that is how the RFP went out. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And then at paragraph 14 on that page, you indicate the number of parties who responded to the RFP, as well as those that met the criteria to be a supplier. Can you give us those figures?
Okay, so 96 parties and 74 responded satisfactorily.
And tell us what made them satisfactory respondents. What I'm interested in here is what were the critical criteria for this particular RFP? And for that purpose, just to enable you to refresh your memory, I propose that we go to page 54 of the papers. You'll find it under tab 3 in Exhibit DD 11. Chair and Mr. Vaughan, I've picked it up in the section which sets out the RFI requirements, but I understand this not to have changed at the stage of submission of the bids. Is that correct, Mr. Vaughan?
That is correct.
So what were those requirements?
The requirements, Chair, was a valid fuel wholesale license from the Department of Energy, a letter to confirm product allocation from a refiner or supplier, jet fuel supplier, for Jet A1.
Sorry, let's just stop there. Not everyone knows what Jet A1 is. What is Jet A1?
Jet A1 is a specification of jet fuel used for jet aircraft.
Thank you.
And then also indicate how they would approach getting the third-party liability insurance.
Could we pause there? You indicated earlier in your evidence that this requirement to have $1 billion of insurance is necessary in order to be a jet fuel supplier. Did I understand the evidence correctly?
That is correct, Chair.
Now, this requirement, as I read it, did not stipulate that the bidder had to be in possession of that insurance. As I read point 3 in the table on page 54, it says you had to provide an indication how you would approach the third-party liability insurance. And then in brackets, this will not necessarily be a qualifying criteria. Can you explain that to us? How could you ask for bids from entities who didn't yet have the insurance that I understand you to say is a prerequisite to supply jet fuel?
Chair, the insurance comes, obviously, $1 billion insurance comes at a pretty hefty cost. So if the requirement was for SMME to procure that insurance, and you are looking for 74 of these entities to procure that insurance and they don't get a drop of jet fuel, that would be a problem, and that could bankrupt them alone, just by putting that type of money out to procure that type of insurance. So what we envisaged was that they needed to show that they'd done their homework, in essence, and gone to an insurer and a bank to say, and get a letter of reference to say that they were able to procure that type of insurance. And if they were at any stage given the contract, they would have to purchase that insurance before they could deliver the first drop of Jet A1 to South African Airways and the group.
I'm not sure that I understand. What was required of the small companies to do under this requirement? To go to an insurance company and get a letter to say if they are granted the tender, they would be provided with 1 billion rand insurance.
$1 billion, you're correct, Chair.
$1 billion US dollars insurance.
That is correct, Chair.
So the idea was not that they should secure the insurance before, but to say if they are awarded the tender, such an insurance would be provided.
That is correct, Chair.
In other words, some homework would have had been done in advance so that the insurance company, all that it would require is if you are granted, you are awarded the tender, you are short of this amount of insurance.
That's correct, Chair.
How different was that to what was required of the majors? In this
The
type of
majors,
situation?
Chair, sorry. The majors would require the $1 billion insurance because they're already in business.
Oh, okay, so they would be required to, or they would have it, yeah.
They would have it
But if
physically.
there was well, I don't know, if there was a major who hadn't been doing business with SAA, so is a major elsewhere other than at SAA, you would require that they should have it before you consider their bid.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
And can I just ask, what is stated here under 3 is an indication how you would approach the third-party liability insurance. Do you see that, Mr. Vaughan?
Yes.
Because that, with respect, is slightly different to what I understood the proposition from the chair to be, to which you agreed. Because in your debate with the chair, you said they'd need to have some letter, for example, from an insurer that said they will be given $1 billion insurance if they get the award. That seems to me at least to be different to simply requiring of them an indication about how they would go about seeking to secure it. Do you see that distinction?
I see the distinction, Chair, but I believe that they did produce letters from the insurers to say that they would be able to get it.
Okay, thank you. And is that a part of this process that you know for a fact?
I don't know it for a fact because we're a cross-functional team that looks at that documentation, and I didn't specifically look at that documentation.
Would you agree with me that reading simply the words might have indicated that it would be sufficient to set out a sort of plan of action by a bidder as to the steps it would take to procure the third-party liability insurance, short of an actual undertaking from an insurer that it would be provided?
I do see that in the wording, Chair.
Thank you. So that is the third requirement, as you indicated it. If we then go to the fourth.
I'm sorry,
Apologies.
Ms. Hofmeyer and Mr. Vaughan. The distinction that Ms. Hofmeyer puts to you becomes even more important if you bear in mind that under number 2, it's clearly stated that under that, a letter confirming is required, whereas under 3, the requirement is not put in those terms. You see, you would think that, assuming that it's the same person who wrote these requirements, you wouldn't think that after under 2 having set out that a letter would be required, if under 3 a letter was also required, he or she would decide to say something else other than the same thing that he said under 2, subject to a variation of the wording. You understand that?
I understand that.
Yes. But you might not be able to assist.
I cannot, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine.
If we go to the 4th requirement then, at page 54, what was that?
Okay, there was also a 4th requirement as per this, that they would need to put their value chain together. In other words, how would they would be, the way I understand it, is the way they would be supplying the fuel to SA.
And if we go over the page to page 55, if you'll take us through the 5th and the 6th requirements there.
Confirmation of the triple BEE compliance certificate, copies of that, and a valid original tax clearance certificate, point 6.
I think it's original tax clearance certificate. I
What
think
did
you
I
might have
say?
said regional.
Original, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. If we can then just go to the note on that page, can you recount for us what those notes, there are 2 notes there, record, and what your understanding of them was?
A submission by companies owned by military veterans. Okay, and then submission of companies owned by people living with disability.
What did those 2 things mean in the context of this RFP?
I believe from what I read over here, it would be, I suppose, beneficial that it would, that would be one of the criteria that we're looking at, is companies owned by military veterans and people living with disability.
Mr. Vaughan, if we can pick that up later in the actual recommendation that went to the board, and as it is contained in the RFP, you'll find that at page 121, that is under tab 6. You indicated earlier that you understood the split for this RFP to be 85%, 15%. Do you see that in the table on the middle of page 121, the split is actually 80%, 20%? Do you see that?
You're quite correct, Chair.
So do I take it that you correct your earlier statement that it was 15%?
No, initially
set aside?
the board resolution stated 15%. And this states 80-20. Where that comes from, I don't know where the change came.
But are you confident that, as far as the RFP was concerned, it involved a 20% set aside, as we've been describing that?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then if you read below that table, it talks about this very point, who was going to be given preference and what the criteria for that preference would be. Can you take us through that?
Okay, so if you look on this over here, the RFI process, the 51% majority or more black-owned companies, a 30% majority or more black women-owned companies, black youth-owned companies, companies owned by military veterans, and companies owned by people with disability.
And what is your understanding of those criteria? How would they feature in the decision of who to grant the 20% set aside to?
In what I read out of this over here is that the preference would be made according to that. I don't know.
I'm
if
sorry, I
answered
think I
correctly.
lost where you are.
Apologies, Chair. We're at page 121.
121. Okay.
And we're actually now looking at the final RFP as it was issued, because I wanted to pick up with Mr. Vaughan this point about how preference was to be given in the allocation of the 20%. Because as we understand the scheme at the moment, you've got 80% going to the majors. 20% will be set aside for new entrants, SMMEs, and we were looking at page 121 to understand, well, how amongst those 20% are we going to select the successful bidders? And Mr. Vaughan was taking us through the 5 bullets there, which, as I understand your evidence, Mr. Vaughan, were indicators of preference criteria that would should we say, increase the chances of a bidder for the 20%. Is that a fair description of it?
I would believe so reading this, yes.
And when you say, I would believe so reading this, I just want to understand what you can speak to in terms of your responsibilities in this process and what you can't.
Okay, my responsibilities, as I say, this is a cross-functional team that evaluates this and puts this document together and signs it off eventually. And my responsibility as head of fuel is to ensure that we get the correct specification fuel, Jet A1, as per Dev Stand 9191, that this fuel is delivered to our aircraft safely, that we have security of supplies, the next thing, and it is given to us at the best price possible. That is what it is.
So would you have been involved in the selection of the particular entities who would qualify for the 20% on the basis of these criteria that we see at page 121?
No, I would not.
Was that somebody else in the team's responsibility?
That is correct.
And who was that person?
Okay, Mr. Sangwezile would be involved on that. There would also be Mr. Nico Miletsi, who was the transformation manager, and I think Mr. Lahase, head of fuel of transformation at SAA, would also be involved as far as that's concerned.
Thank you. If we then go over the page in your affidavit, if we can return there to page 7.
Ms.
Apologies,
Mayor,
Chair.
with those, probably all of those names, spelling will be
Yes.
helpful to the
Indeed,
to the transcriber.
they would. If I can assist there, Mr. Sogwazile, you'll find his name appearing back at page 55, and that surname is spelled Sogwazile. You mentioned, I think, second Mr. Lahasa.
Yeah.
That is Lehase, as I have it from elsewhere in your affidavit. And I forget the name of the third person.
Miletsi,
Moletsi,
Yeah.
and that is Moletsi.
I believe so.
Thank you. We'll make sure we pick that up, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
In case there are any variations. If we return to the affidavit at page 7, you are there at paragraph 23. Talking about something called throughput status. We're at page 7, paragraph 23. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that we come back to that in a moment so that you can explain to us precisely what throughput status is and what licensing is required in relation to that. But I want to jump ahead so that you can give us a bit more insight into this process of jet fuel procurement. Chair and Mr. Vaughan, you'll see at page 7 there's a diagram that has a big heading conclusion that Mr. Vaughan provided for the purposes of his affidavit. That is not particularly clear as a document. So what we've done, if you just turn over the page, there's an unnumbered page, but it just provides that picture in color so that it could aid the evidence today. And if you go over to page 8, you'll see another diagram, again, probably even worse in its decipherability, but we have a better copy over the page again. So my suggestion, Mr. Vaughan, is that we deal with the colored pages that have been inserted in the bundle when you take us through what we're looking at there. So could we start with the diagram that appears at page 7 of your affidavit, which if you turn over the page, you've got the color version. What is that showing us?
Okay, what I'm endeavoring to show over here is the supply chain to deliver jet fuel into the wing of South African Airways aircraft. So which would be South African Airways, SA Express, and Mango, which is the group, part of the group. So what we were requiring from our suppliers, and that would include the SMMEs, is that they would procure their fuel from a refinery, or that they would ship it in from overseas. So that is what it's showing over there. It would then be into storage, and then of course they needed to take part. They needed to take part in the transport or contract in the transporting of that fuel, either themselves or by any other party. That then would be into the storage of the airport, and thereafter delivered to the aircraft. Now, looking into the storage of the airport, from where it goes into storage at the airport, that must be understood that is owned by AXA. There is then a pipeline or a hydrant system which runs underground. Now, they call it a fuel hydrant system because that delivers fuel from the airport storage to each of the hard stands where the aircraft park.
Could we, for that explanation, go to the second diagram?
Sure, okay.
Because
So that is-
what I understand, Mr. Vaughan, is that where we see airport storage on the diagram at page 7, we in a sense must go to the next diagram, which appears at page 8, to better understand how it works from storage into plane. Is that correct?
That is quite correct, Chair.
So can you take us through that second diagram, which appears at page 8 of your affidavit, but we're looking at the better version over leaf?
Okay, so that is, you'll see over there there's the storage, the green tank is the storage. Let us take an airport like OR Tambo. So that is the storage is at the airport. Then from that storage, the fuel is filtered and then pumped into an underground pipeline, which is called a hydrant, a fuel hydrant. That fuel hydrant then has, as I said, the pipeline that goes to each of the hard stands where the aircraft are standing, as you'll see there. And then there is special equipment that would connect to the hydrant system that is at high pressure and would then meter and filter that fuel that goes into the aircraft. It's also special equipment that is required for that, Chair. Then, of course, there's also another way of delivering fuel to an aircraft, which is through, so that the one on the hydrant is called a hydrant dispenser. The other one is called a refueler, and that refueler will uplift fuel at the depot from the tanks, also through a filtration system, and then deliver fuel to smaller aircraft that are on the hard stand that don't necessarily have a hydrant pit connection. And it's generally aircraft that requires smaller volumes. The equipment there is also very specialized because it's specialized filtration on there. There's metering, and generally that equipment is about 20,000 liters. So, of course, an aircraft that is flying to London that requires over 100,000 liters is not suitable to be refueled with a refueler, and that's why you'd need a hydrant system with a dispenser.
Thank you. And can you then explain to us, probably with reference to this diagram at page 8, what a throughputter is, or why throughput status is relevant to jet fuel supply?
Okay, so AXA in South Africa, Airports Company South Africa, own the facilities at the airports. So they own the storage, they own the hydrant system. They then lease this to service providers, and that is generally the oil majors that have got these agreements with AXA. So the throughput status would be that you need is to have that license with AXA to put product or Jet A1 through their system. I'm not sure that answers your question.
Well, let me just explore it a little bit further. Is there one pipeline network?
There is one pipeline network.
But you could have at any point in time various parties putting fuel into it. Is that correct?
That is quite correct.
So what is the license driving at then? Is it a quality control mechanism?
It is a quality control mechanism, yes.
Explain how that works, if you will.
Any airport you want to have, you need to have fuel that is on specification and delivered to the aircraft safely. So in order to have, to operate, to have a throughput status at an airport, there's also critical criteria that AXA requires, which is not dissimilar to what SAA requires. So there would also be the $1 billion insurance. There would also be that the throughput adheres to certain standards, and those standards are set out in Africa and Europe and most of the world under JIG, which is a joint inspection group. If we move to the US, they've got their own set of standards, which is under A4A, ATA 103, as they call it. But for Africa and most of the world and Europe, there is JIG requirements involved there. Now, JIG stands for the Joint Inspection Group, which is relevant at any airport that is operated by multiple suppliers, and so in other words, joint ventures.
And again, is that driving at a sort of quality assurance for the fuel?
That is correct.
So as I understand it, there would need to be JIG compliance, Joint Action Group compliance, in order to be eligible for throughput status. Is that correct?
That would be, yes, they need to comply.
And who is the licensing authority for throughput status?
Is AXA.
Thank you. If we can then move to page 9 of your affidavit. There you deal with the last of the requirements for the 2016 RFP, and you describe an end-to-end process of fuel delivery. Can you explain what that means?
End-to-end delivery would be that the company that we were entering the agreement into a contract with to supply fuel to SAA would have to procure the fuel or manufacture the fuel. They would need to transport the fuel. They would need to store it. They would need to have the agreements with AXA in place. And they would also need to have the equipment or an agreement to deliver this fuel to our aircraft and invoice us.
And how would an agreement work for that last part of the process?
For the into-plane portion?
Yes.
The into-plane portion, they would either, the entity would need to enter into a further license or agreement with AXA, or they could use the companies or company that has that agreement to perform that process for them.
So can I just get clear, if there was an SMME who benefited from the 20% set aside, might you have a scenario where they purchased fuel from one of the oil majors, they then had some arrangement to transport it into the airport, but then depending on whether they were licensed themselves or not, they might have to re-engage that oil major at the end to actually do the into-plane servicing. Is that correct?
That is correct, Jay.
And that would still, in the terms of the RFP, be compliant with its requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And for that purpose, SAA would pay a premium for that fuel. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. If we go to the bottom of page 9, you commence a section entitled The Bid Evaluation Process and EML Energy. And if we pick that up over the page, you detail on page 10 from paragraph 30 how EML Energy came to be one of the proposed successful bidders in the 2016 evaluation process. Can you tell us how that worked and how it was selected?
Okay, it's EML at the time of this particular tender, to my knowledge, didn't have a refinery, so they would be procuring fuel from one of the majors. What EML did have is they had storage and they had some equipment at the Denel facility. There is a small fuel farm. I can't give you the exact size of it, but it is much smaller, well, minute compared to the one at OR Tambo. But they have got a fuel facility, that storage facility with some equipment where they operated on the eastern side of the airport precinct, if you want to put it that way, with the runway. So if you have a look at OR Tambo has got a north-south runway, 2 of them. To the east of it is Denel and their facilities. And to the west of that is SAA, and also where all the hard stands are and where the commercial flights take place. So that's on the western side. So the runway really splits it splits the east from the west. So EML has got a facility at Denel.
And you make a point at paragraph 31 on that page about whether EML would have been able to transport fuel from the Denel fuel farm to where the planes had to be fueled. What are your comments there?
Okay, so on that, it was unlikely that EML would be able to transport fuel from that side, because obviously you would have to use public roads to do that, and it's impractical. And also, given the large volumes, they didn't have, well, the equipment to do that from that particular side. So it would make sense for them, or that they would have to go into agreement with the JV, which had the facilities on the correct side of the runway to deliver fuel on that scale.
Mr. Vaughan, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand the point that you make there to be that there wasn't an advantage created for EML by the fact of its Denel fuel farm resources. Is that correct?
Well, I believe so, to my knowledge, yeah.
Yes.
But that could have been a consideration by AXA. I'm not sure of that.
In relation to what? Would it have been a consideration by AXA?
Possibly because they had a facility already.
But in what decision-making?
No, I wouldn't know.
In the licensing by AXA, or?
No, I couldn't say by the licensing by AXA, because that's different.
Okay, but as you understand it, if I have your evidence correct, EML, notwithstanding its Denel fuel farm, was going to be utilizing the hydrant system on the hard side, on the west of the runways. Is that correct?
That is correct, Jay.
Thank you. And if we go down to paragraph 33 on that page, you talk about the pricing that EML was able to achieve. What was that?
Again, I maybe need to just give a bit of background as far as pricing is concerned. Jet fuel in South Africa is not regulated, but it's still based on BFP, which is basic fuel price, which all our fuels in South Africa are based on as at the moment. Because it's not regulated, each company publishes their own basic fuel price on a monthly basis. There is inherent imbalance, if you want to put it that way, because you have a refinery in Joburg or in Sasolburg, which is called Natref. Natref refinery produces about 60% of the fuel requirement for OR Tambo. It is owned jointly by Sasol and Total. And of course, with it being 80 kilometers away and it's got a dedicated pipeline into the airport, they have an advantage as far as transport is concerned. If you have a look at the entities or refiners that operate from the coast, which is SAPREF, which is jointly owned by BP and Shell, they have to rail their product to Johannesburg, and I'll get back to that now. And then you've got Engine as well, that's also got a refinery in Durban. And then Puma, who imports their fuel through Richards Bay at the moment, but previously through Matola in Maputo in Mozambique, have to rail their fuel in. So the railage of the fuel versus the dedicated pipeline from Natref gives you that their fuel comes at a slightly more expensive rate. Now, given that, you'll see EML partnered with Total, which is a refiner in Sasolburg, and they would have, their prices would have been better than anything coming from the coast.
And you explain at 33 how the arrangement would work between EML and Total. So how would that work? The second sentence begins, EML would therefore purchase from Total. Take us through how the pricing would then be reflected on the SAA side.
Okay, so they would purchase from Total. They would add their administration costs on to that. In other words, whatever they needed for transport, for storage, for administration costs of invoicing. And so they would be using the Total pricing and then add on their costs and then give that to SA at a premium. It came at a premium if you compared it to Total.
I think that's the point you make at paragraph 34. You say at the end of the day, the price that EML charged SAA would be higher than what SAA would pay if they procured directly from Total.
That is quite correct.
Is that correct? And that is your understanding of the impact of the 20% set aside. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
You go on at paragraph 35 to explain that you made that point to the board. What was that point?
The point was in the submission that was given, we showed what we were purchasing fuel from the majors at, and what it would cost us, the additional cost that it would cost to purchase the 20% from the SMMEs.
Thank you. And then if you go over the page to 11, you recount at paragraph 36 who the proposed successful 20% set-aside bidders were. Who were they?
Okay, they were EML, Dikopani, and Infinity Energy. Chair.
And in the end, Mr. Vaughan, was that proposal of those three successful 20% set-aside participants approved by the board?
I don't believe so.
So what happened after the procurement processes had completed themselves?
The recommendation was made to the board with what I said, just setting out what the cost of the 80% would be and the 20%. It went to board, and by that time we had a new board in place, and the board didn't approve it.
Thank you. If we could just take a moment before we get to the final status of it at board level, because at paragraph 38 on page 11 of your affidavit, you indicate there that a change was made in relation to the duration of the supply agreement that would be concluded. What was that change?
The change was made, the approval was for 3 years, and the recommendation was for giving it 5 years to the BEE companies, or the SMMEs.
Mr. Vaughan, you said in your answer there that the approval was for 3 years.
Yes.
Can I just query that? As I understand it, it was the terms of the tender.
That's correct.
That it would be a fuel supply arrangement for 3 years. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Because we didn't ever have approval,
No,
did we
you're right.
ultimately?
You're absolutely right.
Thank you. Just to be clear, so you had a tender for 3 years, but at a point in the evaluation process, what I understand you to be recording here is that there was a proposed increase to 5 years. Was it confined to the participants in the 20%?
It was confined to the participants in the 20% and who they would be getting their supply from.
Oh, so for example, if they were getting it from Total, then Total would be in for the 5 years insofar as the SMME was contracted for 5 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that means you might have had a situation where Total has a 3-year arrangement insofar it's supplying directly to SAA, but a 5-year arrangement insofar as it's supplying through an SMME. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Chair, with respect, it does take us back to your original point, which is there is certainly on that description a further benefit to the monopolists, for want of a better description, those who dominated the market, if they were to be the suppliers through the SMME. Do you accept that?
I accept that.
Did you have any input on this increase to 5 years in the decision making?
I didn't have input per se. It was a recommendation from the transformation, head of transformation.
And was it that recommendation that went to the board for approval?
That was part of the, yes.
Did anyone raise concerns that if you've gone out to tender for 3 years, it may not be appropriate to award for 5 years?
Not to my knowledge.
Chair, just to jump ahead to evidence that will come in due course, the fact of that increase to 3 to 5 years had a substantial impact on the IDC funding that was ultimately obtained. And so it's for that reason that we focus on it in this evidence.
No, that's fine.
If we can then, Mr. Vaughan, just pick it up at your point about whether this was ever ultimately approved by the board. What is your evidence on that?
This was not approved by the board. There was
So-
extensions that took place.
So what happened? You mentioned extensions. Take us through that.
Okay, so to my knowledge, there was a lot of back and forth at this stage in the company, but the then board did not approve this with a 20% set aside, and there was an extension that was granted from the first, and I'm speaking, and I just need to it's off the top of my head, but from the beginning of January 2017, there was extension granted for 6 months up until the end of June 2017. So that's what happened. There was extension on contracts that we had at that stage with the majors, excluding the SME companies.
And did that have any financial implication for SAA?
There could have been, yes, it was, because but not at that point. We'd been going through month-on-month extensions, so suppliers were adjusting their prices. We hadn't gone out to market, so we couldn't see if we were getting a fair price. I believe, just due to the relationship that we had with our oil majors and the years, that they didn't increase their prices unduly. And in most cases, well, not in all cases, but in most cases where there were, because there were some companies that didn't increase anything, but there were companies that increased, but it was less than what inflation was.
And for what period did that extension arrangement persist?
Well, if you take the 6-month extensions plus the month-on-month extensions, it was close to 2 years, if not slightly more.
Thank you. We'll pick it up with the new board that I said we would get to, just to be clear on who was populating the new board from September 2016. But before we go there, Mr. Vaughan, I'd just like to ask you for your comment. I asked if you were involved previously in the decision to extend the 3 years to 5 years, and as I have your evidence, you indicated you weren't involved in that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What was your view on the feasibility of a 5-year period for these agreements?
On the face of it, for developing a company, it might have made sense. But from the volatility of the market and the small margins that there are in this business, I know that the majors most probably wouldn't agree to anything more than a year, and if anything more than a year, not much more than that. So what you're doing is you're putting the companies at risk that you're entering into an agreement with for so long, because you must remember one thing, the fuel price, 95% of the fuel price is linked directly to the oil price, so it fluctuates on a monthly, weekly basis. There's a very, very small percentage that is the supplier's margin. And because of unknowns in our industry, to sign a contract and lock yourself in at those small margins for longer than a year is actually being foolish.
And just to conclude that for our benefit, is that because of the volatility in the oil price? If
No,
you was-
that would be volatility in the market. But oil price is one of them, because
one of them.
your refining margins play into that. But it would be volatility in our labor market, we don't know what's happening with inflation.
And if I understand the evidence, the risk lies in being tied into a price that then reduces any profit that you may have in your business.
Absolutely
ultimately.
right, Chair.
Thank you. If we then go to page 14 of the affidavit, at paragraph 49, you indicate there that a new board took over in around early September 2016. I'd just like to go to the minutes of that next board meeting that appear in the papers. That's Exhibit DD11, and you'll find that at page 204.
What's the page number?
204, Chair. It's under tab 9.
Thank you.
Now, this document, Mr. Vaughan, as I have it, are minutes of a special meeting of the Board of Directors of SAA held on Friday, the 7th of April, 2017. Do you see that?
I see that.
And in terms of the, quote, new board, if, with reference to this page, who were the members of the new board at that time?
Okay, it will be Ms. Romano, and please help me with the pronunciation, if you can. Mr. Maluleke, there you are.
Ms. Shabalala,
Okay, yeah,
Mr. Malunga,
yeah,
Ms. Sepamla, Mr. Musa, Ms. Mula, Mr. Chiseve, apologies, Chair, and then the acting group CEO, Mr. Zwane. Is that correct?
that is correct.
But there are also some apologies for that meeting, and those persons are also, as I have it recorded here, non-executive directors of the board. That includes, as I read it, Ms. Mieni, Mr. Buthelezi, Dr. Mbata, Ms. Moguduso, and then the interim CFO, Ms. Nancy. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Are those names consistent with the persons, as you understood it, who populated the board from about September 2016?
That is correct.
Thank you. And you've taken
I'm
us...
sorry, would some of them not be members of the board as such, but be invited for specific issues to attend?
I believe so, but that would be attendees, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so would it be under where it says in attendance?
In attendance, yes.
Everyone under that wouldn't be a member of the board, but would be invited to attend a particular board meeting?
That's the way I understand it, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, it's a point that we'll come back to in the evidence in due course, but, and you would have seen it in the 15 billion capital raising investigation. There's a period of time in the board of SAA where the board is extremely reduced in its number.
Yes.
It's the board of 3 persons that Mr. Vaughan mentioned earlier.
Yes.
And that changes around September 2016 when a much fuller board is then constituted.
Yes.
The
Now I remember that 3-member board, Ms. Mieni, Ms. Quinana.
And Dr. Tambi.
Yes, yes.
So they were there for some period of 2015 and 2016, but then we have a fuller constitution of the board thereafter.
Yes, yes.
That will be, Chair, an aspect that we will pick up in the second evidence session.
Okay.
Because there were actual engagements between a National Treasury in particular and SAA about the depleted
size.
nature, indeed, of the
Yes.
board at a period in time.
Yes, yeah.
If we return to page 14.
Yes, I think it was during Ms. Nancy's evidence, during the interactions in regard to the issues that she covered, there were 3 members of the board at the time.
That's exactly right,
Yes,
Chair.
yeah.
Indeed. We've received that evidence already, but now we've moved in time to September 2016. You'll recall the 15 billion story ends in about July 2016,
Yes,
when they cancel
yes.
the agreement with BNP.
Yes.
So if we move ahead in the life of SAA by about 2 or so
Yes,
months,
yes.
you now have a much fuller constituted board that is appointed.
Yes, yes.
And at page 14, Mr. Vaughan, you take us through really the evidence you've already given, which is about the series of extensions and the non-approval of the board of that procurement process. Is there anything you'd like to add at that point?
Not at this point.
Thank you, Chair. I see we are at 1, and I'm about to move to another topic. So if it's
Yes.
convenient, we may take the lunch break.
Yes, we'll take the lunch break and resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn.
And if you will just, this was a document that Ms. Look was being asked about by my learned friend, Ms. September, and she had some limitations in her personal knowledge of these sorts of schedules. Could you take us through what your understanding of this pricing schedule is? What is it denoting in the left-hand column, for example?
Chair, what we have in the left-hand column is the location. So that would be Bloemfontein, Cape Town, Durban, East London, and so on. The second column will be the IATA code, which is a 3-letter code that is published by IATA. In the case of Bloemfontein, it is BFN, Cape Town is CPT, and that is allocated to, so that is the 3-letter code that is allocated as per the International Air Transport Association. So every airport's got its own 3-letter code across the world. Then you have over there in column number 3 where it says SAX, it says there it gives the indicative volume per year at those different locations. So if we go down to Johannesburg, JNB for instance, has got their 21.2 million litres is what is indicated there.
Can we just pause there? So just to be clear, those are litres as specified there, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that applies over a year, is that
is
right?
correct.
And is that the literage to be supplied to or required at the locations?
Well, it is worked on an indicative volume, so it's an indication of what SA Express would have needed there at that time.
Thank you.
So generally that is done, how we do it in the industry, we look at historic uplifts, and then what we do, then we have a look at any schedule changes, and then work that into that. But it's important to note that it's an indication of the volume.
Thank you.
It's not a fixed number.
So it's not exact.
It's not exact.
Yes.
The
And
reason,
and the indication is based on?
on historic data plus how your schedule is going to work into the future.
Okay.
Why you work on historic data is because what you uplift is very dependent on weather, and then secondly, also on the payload that you're carrying. So if you've got a full aircraft all the time, you'll obviously need slightly more fuel. If it's an aircraft flying at only 50% load factor, it would be less. And that's why you always, we go to the industry and say it's an indication of volume. But obviously to the best of our knowledge, because the industry would need to, or the suppliers would need to have an indication to know what they need to produce.
Okay.
And then if you could take us to that column reflecting base price, what do we understand that to mean?
Okay, so if you have a look at the column, the index before that,
Oh, sorry.
it would be a net, so let's take Bloemfontein for instance. They were saying there they were using a NATREF price, so the NATREF refinery pricing. And the NATREF refinery pricing, as I understand the sheet that is in front of me, was for the July 2017. And then they give a figure what the price would be, the base price in this case, R6.06 for Bloemfontein.
And can I just clarify, that top of that column indicates it's a rand per litre amount, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay,
Well,
and
I
then the
think
price basis in the next column, it goes to what's the invoice frequency? So how often will they be invoicing? They would be invoicing on a weekly basis with giving 30 days credit. So from every week, they would, for instance, invoice on a Monday and then give 30 days credit. So SA Express would only need to pay within 30 days.
And then amount?
On day 30 at least.
What does the amount reflect?
Okay, the amount there comes to amount including VAT. Let me just see here. That is a little bit sketchy with that. It's not clear to me, but there is amounts. There's obviously add-on costs onto that. And then so that would be, I would, from this table here, I would say that there is the base price of, let's take the first line, it's R6.06 in Bloemfontein. They would be charging SA Express R7.98. So that would include transport, supplier margin, storage, or whatever they added onto that. And then they gave an amount as well with the VAT, because obviously 14% in 2017 would then come to R9.09.
And if we just go to the bottom of that table that you've read across on, we were also querying in the evidence of Ms. Luke what that pump back per hour, defuel per hour, and storage per day signifies. Can you assist there?
Okay, so my understanding of this table again, if I read this correctly, is that SA Express, if they require defueling at their maintenance facility, EML Energy would extract that fuel from the aircraft, and they would charge them 1,000 rand per hour in the defueling process. Then they would charge them 251 rand per day to store the fuel, if they had to store it over any length of time, and then pumping that fuel back onto the aircraft again after the storage, they would charge it at 1,000 rand per hour.
So there is significance in the absence of R4 rand in the amounts on the third column, because they relate to liters as opposed to 1,000 rand at the bottom and 251, because that's money, and the other amounts are liters of fuel.
That's correct.
Yes, just that they didn't write
No.
liter at the top, unlike where in the column where you've got, say, rand stroke liter.
Chair, I would believe, if I understand what you're saying correctly, is it would have been better to separate those last two lines from the rest of the table, let it stand separately.
Well,
Because at the moment, what you're looking at, you're looking at it rand per liter, and then it's showing you storage per day. So it should be disconnected.
well, that might be another point, but the main point is, if you look at column 3, where you have got in regard to Johannesburg 21,200,000,
Yes.
and in regard to Bloemfontein
Yes.
1,700,000, there is nothing that tells the reader what those are. Is it money or is it liters?
Quite right.
Whereas when you go to the fourth or fifth column, at the top at least it says ZAR stroke liter, runs per liter, then you can understand. So it caused at least me some confusion earlier, and the previous witness wasn't sure also. So that's the one point. The second point, therefore, is that at the bottom you've got R, because that's now what you charge per hour, and you've got per hour there,
That's true.
which makes it easier for us to understand.
You're quite right, Chair.
Yeah.
The only reason why I know that's liters because I've got a good knowledge of what SA Express uses at the different locations.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughan. And then I'd like to take you, if I may, just to the end of your evidence bundle, which is DD11, because there are a few documents that were inserted right at the end of the bundle from page 310, which we received this morning, and which I understand was not part of your affidavit or its annexures. But Mr. Vaughan, are they documents that you are familiar with?
They are, Chair.
Thank you. Once we've all got there, I'll ask you to take us through them.
$310?
310, indeed,
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay.
And just before we go there, just so we orientate ourselves in time in your evidence, Mr. Vaughan, I have it before the break. We concluded at the end of 2017, because your affidavit at page 15, at paragraph 53, talks about a further extension that occurred on the 11th of December 2017. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
And so now we move just a few days later in this correspondence at the 15th of December, as I see it there. What is this correspondence about?
On the 15th of September,
December, I have
December.
it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the 15th of December, Dr. Sam Vilakazi sent me an email with a letter attached to it stating that SA Express had been contracted with EML since July on fueling matters, not necessarily all over the place, not in all areas, and that he was informing or notifying, once approvals had been gained, that SA Express would like to move 1.8 million litres, if I'm not mistaken, to EML Energy.
Let's go to that letter, if we may,
Yes,
because
okay.
it may be useful to look at it. It's at 312.
Yeah,
So can you confirm this is the letter attached to the email?
That is correct. So the
Right.
letter, I've got the letter in front of me, and this is the letter that was attached to the email sent to me. So in that letter, just specifies, it says there 1.822357 monthly volume. So it doesn't say liters or whatever. That's what it says there. So 1.8 cubic meters, 1,822 cubic meters. So going back to Dr. Vilakazi in an email that I went back to him on.
Mr. Vaughan, if
Yes,
you don't mind, just
sorry.
before we go there, I don't have it yet from your evidence what precisely Dr. Vilakazi was communicating to you about their intentions in relation to that 1.822.
So from the letter, his intention was that he would, SA Express would like EML to supply their volume in O or Tambo or at Joburg. That
Thank
is what
you.
the intention was.
And then if we go over to your response,
So in my response to him, I just wanted some clarity on what the 1.822 was. I was assuming that it would be million litres, 1.82 million litres, or you need to specify whether it was a volumetric, as in cubic meters or whatever the case might be, so we knew exactly what we were talking about. So that was just getting clarity on that, and I said if it is 1.82 million litres, that would equate to about 90% of the volume in Johannesburg, just giving them that clarity, and that we were in the process of an extension. And we then would have GSM, the Global Supply Management, Tami Sangwazile, we'd need to notify or take that out of the letters of extension that we were going to be giving to the suppliers that supplied SA Cargo, and also then, of course, SA Express, who would have to take their volume out of there if they were going to go alone.
so can I just get clarity on page 313? The last sentence there, you say, in addition, as per Tami's, I take that to be a reference to Mr. Sogwazile, is
That's
that right? Mail, we would need to exclude SAX volume from the LOE, is that letter of extension, that are going to current suppliers for extension 1 January 2018 to 30 June 2018. Mr. Vaughan, is that a reference to the evidence you've just given about the extension that happened in December 2017?
That is correct.
So just unpack that for me. Why would you exclude SAX volume from the extensions if this were to go ahead?
Because they were asking that they get supplied through EML.
I see. Thank you.
Sorry.
And then if you go to 315, there's a response from Dr. Vilakazi. What was that response?
Okay, so he says it should be litres. That's the first thing. So to my first question, can I revert back to you shortly about the timelines taking into account the holiday season or the holiday period, which being December?
And what happens after that?
I'm not sure what happened after that. There was correspondence between GSM and SA Express. I know that this didn't go ahead.
It didn't.
No.
And what did you think about the fact that about the clarification he provided that it should be liters? Did that say anything to you?
Well, it doesn't really say anything to me because 1.8 litres is not very much.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it was 1.8 million litres, but it was volumetric, so it gave me a good indication. And given the fact that I'd gone back to him and saying it was 90% of the SA volume, that would have given that it was, so he, in my opinion, from this, he was saying it is litres, and I'm correct to the 90%.
Oh, okay.
If it might just assist, Mr. Vaughan, when we were looking at that pricing schedule a moment ago, there was an indicative volume annually for each of the locations as I had it. That was at page 99 of Ms. Look's evidence, which is in DD 12. If we look across at Johannesburg, which I understand the engagements between yourself and Mr. Vilakazi, Dr. Vilakazi were about, is that correct?
That's correct.
You'll see an indicative annual volume, as I understand the table through your evidence, to indicate 21.2 million litres. Is that correct?
That's correct, but must remember, I never had sight of that table.
No, indeed, but you do, I understand from your evidence, have a sense of the indicative volumes at each
Absolutely,
of the
because we manage their
locations.
accounts.
And do you know if you times 1.8 by 12,
That's exactly what it comes to.
it will come to about 21.2, is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
So is that a further indication that you were speaking on the same terms when you went back and said, well, that's about 90% of the full volume requirement for SA Express at Johannesburg?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, but as I have your evidence, that extension did not take place, is that right? To EML?
The award to EML did not take place.
Thank you. And if we then return to your affidavit at page 15, you'll see a heading there, the 2018 RFP. Do you have that?
I do.
That's on page?
15, 1-5, Chair.
Okay.
And again, to orientate ourselves in time, we learnt of the extension of December 2017, which would have taken SAA to June 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so if we pick it up at paragraph 54, what happens in May in relation to jet fuel procurement in SAA?
Okay, on the 3rd of May, our RFP was sent out for jet fuel supply. And that would have been for the period from the 1st of July 2018,
Until?
for 1 year.
Right.
So up until the end of this month, next week.
Right. And in the next paragraph, you talk to us about the differences between the 2016 and the 2018 RFP that has gone out in May. What were those differences?
Okay, so the differences really between 2016 and 2018 is that billion-dollar insurance was needed at that stage. There was also the difference between the two RFPs was that this time around it was purely on a commercial basis. So SAA was looking for the best price fuel. We weren't looking at any transformation agenda at this stage. We were looking at the best price. There was also that it would only be sent out to companies that had AXA throughput approval. So that was, and the billion-dollar insurance was a critical criteria. The other critical criteria wasn't mentioned in the RFP because with a company having AXA approval, they would have automatically have had the correct specification of fuel. They would have had the ability to put it into the wing of the aircraft and so forth.
And would they also have had to have been JIG compliant?
Absolutely.
Joint Inspection
Yes.
Group compliant, as you described earlier. Thank you, Mr. Vaughan. You've indicated the differences. I suspect it's an obvious difference, but I would like your comment on it. The other one that occurs to me is that 2016 was for a period of 3 years. It then, of course, became 5, but this was only for a year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And as I understand your evidence earlier, that year accords with your experience in the industry of the length of time that fuel suppliers will be willing to bind themselves. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And what happened with that process?
Okay, so the RFP was sent out and we had respondents. Now we must just bear in mind this was across the country. So we had respondents from, let me just think now, 6, 7, 8, 9. We had 9 respondents. Of the 9 respondents, there were 8 in Johannesburg. There in Johannesburg at OR Tambo, you would have had, well, I'll tell you who we had. In Johannesburg, we had Total, Sasol, we had BP, Shell, Engine, Puma, Waza, and EML that applied, and they were licensed with AXA.
Right, and there, if you go over the page to 16, there was an evaluation of that tender, as I have it from the heading there above paragraph 60. And what was the outcome of that evaluation process?
The outcome of that evaluation process is that Sasol came in with the best pricing. Thereafter, we had Waza, was in second position. Third position was Total, and fourth position was EML. Then we had Puma Energy, we had BP, Shell, and Engine coming in after that.
And what steps did you take in particular in relation to Sasol and Waza on the one hand and Total and EML on the other?
Okay, so I think it's important to understand, as we said earlier in the evidence today, is that inherently the inland refiners have got an advantage because of where they are placed in relation to OR Tambo. So we had Waza came in second because they were on the back of Sasol. Sasol being the best pricing, with their markup onto that, they still came in ahead of Total and Engine and so on. So what we did is, because we were looking for the best pricing and we knew that Waza's fuel was coming from Sasol, we then approached Sasol directly. Sasol had bid on 13 million litres for SA, and for, well, SA and SA Express, which is a very small portion of that, but for the group that we were negotiating for, we said to Sasol, are they prepared to give us the 2 million litres that they had allocated to Waza directly at the price that they had told us, and they said they were. So on grounds of that, we excluded Waza. We did exactly the same with Total. We went to Total. Total was prepared to give us 4 million litres and 2 million litres to EML. We said to Total, are you prepared to, exactly the same as we did with Sasol. We asked them, are they prepared to give us the 2 million litres instead of giving it to EML? They said they were not. So we inquired why they weren't. They said that they were already at the ceiling limit, because companies also look at the exposure to SA and to any other company, but to SA. And they said the 4 million litres was their exposure ceiling to SA. And so we said, but then why can you give it to a small company like EML, which is possibly risky? They said it forms a different risk profile, and that is why they are prepared to give to EML that would supply to us in any case. I think that's basically covers that.
Thank
the reason
you.
for that. So in other words, you still had Sasol was in first place, Total second, EML was still the third best in pricing, and we gave it to them on commercial terms.
Thank you. And then if we go to a document further on in your bundle, DD11, you'll find it at page 273. It is a document dated 25 October 2017. That is chair page 273 under tab 14.
Thank you.
I'd like to just spend a bit of time on this document with you, Mr. Vaughan. What is this document?
This is the throughput agreement that EML had received from AXA.
And just help us to place it and its relevance in the context of the 2018 tender. I recall your evidence to be that you only issued the RFP to entities with this throughput status. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So was this a document that you saw at the time of the evaluation?
I did not see this document.
So it's subsequently been given to you by the Commission's investigators, is
That's
that
quite
correct? Would it have been a document that served before another group within the decision-making or evaluating
I believe so,
committee?
yes.
And what does...
Mr. Vaughan, just wait for Ms.
sorry.
Hofmeyer to finish her question
Yeah,
before you
thank you.
answer. Otherwise,
Will do, Chair. Thank
the
you.
transcript will look quite bad.
And there
Okay.
tend to be square brackets, inaudible,
Yeah,
cross-speaking,
inaudible.
or such,
Yeah,
some
so
such thing.
Just
Sorry
wait
about
for
that,
her
Chair.
to finish her question. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Chair. If we go to page 273, which I have as the beginning of the letter, could you read to us what appears at paragraph 1 and 2 on that page?
Reference is made to the application submitted by EML to become a throughputter at OR Tambo. We confirm that same was considered and submitted to the airport's manager committee meeting, AM Manco, which commenced, a committee set on the 19th of October 2019.
Sorry, 2017,
17.
as I see it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
We are pleased to announce that EML application to become a throughputter has been approved by the AM Manco. Accordingly, EML will be able to provide service to the airlines you have and/or will contract with. This approval is valid up until the 31st of March 2019, which can be extended at the sole discretion of Airports Company South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughan. What I'm interested in receiving your comment on is just clarify for us, what was the period for which this fuel supply agreement was going to be concluded with successful tenderers in the 2018 tender process?
From the 1st of July 2018 up until the 30th of June 2019.
And with that in mind, Mr. Vaughan, do you see at paragraph 2 that this letter is indicating that the throughput approval from AXA will be valid until 31 March 2019?
I do, Chair.
That, on my calculation, is short of the year for which the tender was going to be awarded. Is that correct?
You're quite correct.
Is this an issue that, to your knowledge, was engaged with by the evaluators of the bids?
I wouldn't think so. They would have looked to see if they had approval at time of award.
Would that have been an appropriate approach to adopt, Mr. Vaughan?
Possibly not, but it is done, well, up until now, that is what's been done. Because even if you take, if I can just give an example, if you don't mind, Chair, the JV members, which is Sasol, Total, Shell, BP, and Engine, their license, as far as I know, lapsed in, or would have lapsed in December, which would have also been halfway through the contract, the SA contract, and it has been subsequently renewed. So it's in my view, it is, so, to line up contracts that SA or airlines go out on with license agreements is sometimes difficult. Whether it's prudent or not, we need to review that.
I would be interested in your comment on it. It appears, at least at face value, to create some risk in your selection of successful bidders.
Absolutely.
Because
there is a risk.
As I read paragraph 2, it is in the sole discretion of AXA whether they are going to approve beyond the 31st of March. Do you see that?
That clause there makes it very risky.
So the upshot of it is this may be common practice. I understand your evidence to be it is. But what would be your comment if I said there is an inherent risk that there won't be extension beyond the point that the approval is valid for at the time of the tender?
You're quite right, Chair.
Is that an issue that's arisen in the past at all?
Not at all.
Thank you. And if we then move to your page 18, Mr. Vaughan, in your affidavit. You commence at paragraph 71 there, indicating what occurred on the 12th of June 2018. What was that?
Is that point 74?
71.
71.
You
71.
started 71.
Okay, sorry. Okay, on the 12th of June, there was a recommendation made to the BAC approving EML as one of the suppliers.
And when did the BAC take that forward?
On the 13th of June, Chair,
And
2018.
what was their recommendation?
Okay, their recommendation was to approve BP, Shell, Chevron, Sasol, Total, Puma, EML, and Engine as fuel suppliers for a period commencing the 1st of July 2018 to the 30th of June 2019.
And what ultimately happened at board level in relation to that decision?
Okay, at board level, they approved it.
Thank you. And on what date was that? You'll find that at paragraph 73.
Yes, thanks so much. That was on the 29th of June.
And 2019, is that
Yeah.
right?
That's correct.
No, that can't
That
be
can't be
correct.
correct.
2018.
As I look at it,
2018. Yeah, 2018.
we will need to make a
You're right.
correction there.
We're time warping.
Are you comfortable with that sentence reading, in their meeting dated 29 June 2018?
Absolutely, that
The
is the
board
right
took a
date.
decision.
Otherwise, we would have been in a time.
Well,
machine.
we teleported ourselves forward in time, right. If,
Of course, it's a meeting of the 29th,
yes,
and not a meeting dated 29th.
no, indeed, that also, we should have said in their meeting of 29 June. Is that accurate, Mr. Vaughan? Thank you. At 74, you talk about an article that appeared prior to that recommendation of EML being appointed from the BAC. Will you please tell us what that article indicated and what approach was taken to it within SAA?
Okay, on the 28th of May 2018, there was an article that appeared in one of the Sunday papers stating that EML they were awarded by SA Express. They were awarded a contract by Express irregular award, and it was a lucrative. That's basically what it said.
And were you aware of the article at the time?
I was aware of it.
And did you take any steps in relation to it?
I did not, because it said that it was irregular. There wasn't a proper procurement process followed by SA Express. My question was to the team. Our process was regular. It was a tender process that took place, and that we had evaluated EML, evaluated them with everybody else, and they had come out with a competitive bid. So I didn't take that article into account.
And if we go over the page to page 19, can you clarify, was the article brought to the attention of the board at all?
No, it was not. Not to my knowledge. Not
But
officially.
you wouldn't know if any of them had independently been aware of it?
That is correct, Chair.
Did you attend the board meeting at which the decision was finally made?
No.
Thank you. And at page 19, you have a heading there, EML performance. Can you take us through, after award, the extent to which EML performed under the agreement?
EML with the other majors were awarded from the 1st of July 2018. EML started supplying us for the first 10 to 15 days of July. Thereafter, they were unable to supply for the rest of the month. The reason being that we understood was that there was a deposit that needed to be paid to the JV in order to put through or to have a throughput, and they hadn't paid that yet. So they couldn't supply for the rest of the month.
And what happened thereafter?
In August, EML approached us and said that they would be asking the IDC guarantee to be moved to Shell from Total because they wanted to change suppliers from Total to Shell. So that took place in the month of August, I believe. September and October, they supplied us through Shell, through the JV. And in August as well, when they approached us, when they were moving it to Shell, they wanted to meet with us to negotiate terms. We did meet with them. We told them we cannot negotiate terms as the letter of award was given on the basis of them, well, on the pricing that they had given, and also the terms, so in other words, payment terms and everything, and we couldn't negotiate that midway through a contract. The supply then was given for 2 months on the pricing that was agreed to in the award, in the letter of award, for September and October.
And what happened thereafter?
After September, they approached us again and said that they would be moving their supply back to Total, and they'd approached the IDC, I believe, to then move the guarantee back to Total, which was required before Total would give or supply fuel to them.
And were they able to supply fuel after that point?
Well, since that point up until today, we haven't received anything from EML. So EML supplied fuel to SA for 2 months and call it 15 days.
Since their award that ought to have commenced from the 1st of July 2018, is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. And then if you go over to page 20, at paragraph 84 there, you talk about an interaction that occurred with the IDC. What happened there?
In the process of EML wanting to move their guarantee back to Total, we were informed by EML that the IDC would like to meet with us. And on the 30th of November, there was a meeting that took place where employees of the IDC came to see us. What they were asking for the performance of EML, as well as were they invoicing us correctly. So our response to the IDC at that point was that we told them exactly what I've said now, is that EML supplied us for 15 days in the first month of the contract, August, no supply, and on the 31st of November, for the month of November, they hadn't supplied us either. On the point where they said, was EML invoicing us correctly, we said they had invoiced us correctly. So when they did supply, they gave us the correct pricing and they charged us the correct amount.
And Mr. Vaughan, from paragraph 86 on that page, you deal with the impact of EML's non-performance on SAA. Can you describe for us what that impact has been?
Okay, so if you look at SAA, when we went out on tender, it was for, if I speak under correction, it was for about, call it 40 million litres. EML was supplying 2% of 2 million litres a month, which is less than 3% of the total volume. Now, bearing in mind that when we talk about volumes, it is indicative volumes, so there are swings up and down. There wouldn't, if EML couldn't supply from a security or supply point of view, it wouldn't be a big problem because we could spread those 2 million litres amongst the rest of the suppliers. That is also a reason why airlines generally around the world, especially at their hub airport like Joburg OR Tambo is, would spread their risk amongst multiple suppliers, so that if one supplier can't supply, you can get the volume from other suppliers or get it easily. But if you have a look at that, so there was, from the spreading of the risk, the 2 million litres wasn't the issue. And to aid with it as well, SAA in this period has cut back on routes due to the position we're in at the moment. So we have cancelled non-profit making routes. And so our volumes are also lower than what that we had out on tender. So to replace 2 million litres in short wasn't a problem.
And if I could just pick up a point there, I meant to actually ask it earlier. If you look at that ranking of the prices in the 2018 tender, it does occur to one to ask, well, why didn't you give the full volume to the cheapest provider or supplier of fuel? I understand you now to have explained that there's a need to spread the risk of supply. Is that correct?
That is correct. So what you do is, how do I answer this? First of all, you have multiple suppliers. You would like to have more supply than demand, because then you can give to the most competitive suppliers. So in the case in which we do, I mean, we give to, the first thing you look at is security of supply. Given the case of Johannesburg, all the suppliers are reputable suppliers. We've got security of supply from them. So the person that comes in, or the company that comes in at the most competitive price, for instance, Sasol, would get their full volume that they bid for. So in the case of Sasol, they got 15 million litres, and then you go down the scale, and at the end, the company that's got the most expensive falls off. So that you'll see that we don't supply, we don't award to all the companies that bid.
And you also, I understand your evidence, we don't award to a sole supplier.
That's correct.
That would increase your risk too much. Is that correct?
That's at your home base, yes. So there are locations where there's very small volumes, where there are only sole suppliers, you then award to. But you're quite right, Chair. You're quite right.
And if I just follow up on the point about the impact of EML's non-performance, I understand you to say...
Maybe before
apologies,
that,
Chair.
Thank you. Where you spread your risk, as you say, to different suppliers, would the agreement be generally that you are one of our suppliers? That doesn't mean we are obliged to get fuel from you all the time. We have a number of suppliers, and we ask any one of them at any particular time to give us so much. And obviously we'll try and spread that because you don't want one to be on the panel, as it were, but not get anything. Would that be the basis, so that no one can claim that so much fuel must be obtained from them, no matter what? In other words, is there a minimum, or is there no minimum that you have got to get from each one, or it's simply that you are on the panel, and during the period when you are on the panel, sometimes we'll ask you for fuel, sometimes we won't ask you?
Chair, if I can maybe explain a little bit more,
Yes.
it might give clarity.
Yes.
So what happens is we say this is the volume that is required. We then go out to the panel of companies, if you want to put it that way, and we say to them, please bid on the volume and give us your pricing.
Yes.
So with their appetite risk towards SAA or the airline, or what they have got available as well, they would bid a certain volume.
Yes.
Now, with that being said, we go through the price, or through the evaluation process, and see who's the most competitive in their pricing. So the most competitive company then would get the full volume that they bid for. So it's an indicative volume, so they don't get exactly the same every month, but they would give the full volume they bid for. Company number 2 then would get they would also get the full volume they bid for, and so on down the list, until we've made up the volume that was out on tender. And
Until
then
you
that
make
last
out-
company would fall off, or last two companies would fall off the list.
Would that
of
be
the panel.
until you make out 100% of
That's
what you
right.
need?
Yes. That would make, sorry, Chair, I've spoken before you
Yes.
finish.
No, that's fine.
Um,
But is it on the basis that during the period of the agreement, we expect you to have available to us at different intervals, maybe different amounts, but at the end of the period, what we undertake to do is get from you not less than so much?
So it's not a not less than case, Chair.
Yeah.
It is an
It's the exact
indication.
amount.
Yeah, so it's an indication. So at the end of the period, there could be slight fluctuation month to
Oh.
month. But at the end of the period, for instance,
It's
if
more
they...
or less.
Yes, more or less. Whether you can call it a 5% swing up or down.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but the volume you get from, you agree upon with a particular supplier is a volume for the whole period.
That is correct, Chair.
And each month, you might be asking for a portion of that,
That is correct.
different portions.
That is correct.
As long as at the end of the period, what you have asked from them is more or less the indication that had been agreed.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, all right. And that helps, among other things, that if the one supplier has a strike, you are not stranded. Your aircrafts continue to fly because you go to any one or more of the other suppliers.
So whether it be a strike or a shutdown or, not a scheduled shutdown,
Yeah.
anything like that, or if the
Yes.
pipeline failed or if we had a
Yes.
rail accident, yes, that's
Yes.
correct, Chair.
Yes, okay. And if you had one supplier, then you would have a problem in that situation.
Very true.
Okay.
And then to follow up on the impact of EML's non-performance, I understand your evidence, Mr. Vaughan, to be, in summary, that it did not have a negative impact. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But as I understand your evidence, that's dependent on two conditions. The one was the small percentage of the total volume that they were going to be supplying. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it fair for me to say it would follow from that that the greater the proportion of the volume that they were supplying, or any non-performing supplier was allocated, would have a greater negative impact?
That is correct.
And then the second factor, as I understood your evidence, was that it so happened in the period that we are looking at here that SAA had cancelled certain routes, and so its actual requirements were less than what you'd estimated as the indicative requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And so similarly, if you hadn't, I won't call it had that fortune, because it may not have been a fortune to SAA to
you're
cancel routes, but if it had been the case in a given year that you'd increased routes, in fact, then the impact of non-performance on any of the allocated suppliers, I assume, would have been greater.
That is correct.
Thank you for that. And then the current status of that contract with EML, if you can just conclude to give us a picture of that.
The current status of that contract is still running. It expires in a few days' time.
So it was not cancelled.
No, it was not cancelled.
But there has not been performance, as I understand your evidence, since November of 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Chair. Those are the questions from our side. As I indicated at the outset of Mr. Vaughan's evidence, it plays an important part in linking what then happens in the later evidence that will be presented of the investigation on the IDC funding side.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaughan, for coming to give evidence. If you are required to come back, we'll ask you, but otherwise you are excused.
Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you. Is that what we have for the day?
It is, Chair.
Yes.
My proposal is that we should be comfortable to complete within the course of tomorrow with tomorrow's witness, and so starting at 10 a.m. should be convenient.
Okay, no, that's fine. We'll adjourn the proceedings for the day. We'll adjourn the proceedings for the day, and tomorrow we'll start at 10 a.m. We adjourn.
Rise.